Most entrepreneurs spend their entire career stuck doing everything themselves. They know they need help, but hiring the wrong help is worse than no help at all. Missed deadlines, poor English, time zone drama, and wasted months. This guide changes that. Inside of this document and this training, I'm gonna show you exactly how we actually built a 7-figure team using virtual assistants and offshore employees. And this is the only guide that you need in order to grow how we did it. We've hired over 1,500 people in the last 4 years and helped over 700 businesses to scale their remote team. And I'm gonna tell you today how you can actually do it step by step. And this is not just theory. We have over 2 7-figure businesses in the real estate space helping with lead generation and recruitment. And we've grown to the point that now I can give you a plug and play system, every script, every resource, every framework and structure that you need in order to scale a multiple 7-figure remote business. From the job ad, onboarding process, and hiring SOPs. And top agency owners, real estate investors, wholesalers, lawyers, doctors, and many different niches are currently using in 2025. If you want to scale faster, buy back your time, and finally build a business that runs without you, this is your moment. This is the exact presentation that we did inside of the School of Hard Knocks community that we were invited to because these people are trying to grow their business. So let's dive into this.
Welcome in, everybody. How's everyone doing? All right, guys, we got 2 very special guests with us today. We got Omer, I didn't even ask. Am I saying is it Omar?
Close.
Or
Omer.
Omer. Perfect. Awesome. Okay, so Omer and Esteban, and we're very excited to have them here in the community, and they're going to be helping us learn how to scale our companies using remote talent.
If you guys find this little booklet that I created for this called Valuable, we're gonna give it away. But only if you guys find it valuable. You might not find it valuable and you think this is a waste of your time. So guys, on this call, Esteban and I are going to teach you everything that we everything that we know, everything that we've learned over the last several years about building a remote team and double your business, right? Double your revenue in under 60 days while working less hours. Because believe it or not, that's actually what most people are doing. They're able to grow scale without killing themselves. And I think that's why a lot of you guys are in business or getting into business or are even interested in business, because you get to play the game of life a little bit different than how we were taught. So before we dive in, we'll couple things that I wanted to cover. We have a company, Remote Latinos. We actually do a lot of this for you guys. I'm not going to go through a lot of these things here because hopefully I give you guys a PDF if you guys feel like we've earned it. But I wanted to let you guys know that a lot of the terminology and a lot of the verbiage on this document was created as if we were presenting this for real estate investing groups and real estate investors. But keep in mind that this works for all industries. We actually work ourselves with like 20 to 25 different industries because recruiting is recruiting, right? Whether you need a closer for this business, for that business, that's the beauty of what we do. So there's going to be a lot of real estate terminology. If you guys use this PDF, you easily can replace these for if you go after medical terms, whether you guys are, in medical or if you guys are in any other industry. So you guys can do this. So quick little intro about us. So I have worked with someone that some of you guys may be familiar with, or I know Jack definitely knows. I actually started remote work back in 2018. I got hired by Joel Kaplan and at the time, his business partner, Marcos, to be their closer for their first agency that they started together. And they didn't know what the hell they were doing. I didn't know what the hell I was doing, but we worked hard and we figured it out. And in 2019, being the only closer at the company, I closed about like 300 or so chiropractors. We scaled to multi-million dollars with the agency. And then at that point, Joel actually thought to himself, he's like, hey, I love the agency world, but I actually love coaching more. It's actually how Jack probably knows him as well through his consulting days. And he started a coaching program for agency owners. And I actually moved from selling chiropractors to it and to consulting and selling agencies onto how to grow and scale their business. I focus more on the sales part. And that's where I saw a lot of people continuously struggling with finding team members. They're going on all these platforms. They were doing everything wrong. And I thought to myself, if I can figure out how to help people find talent, I think there's gold here, right? And that's exactly what I did. Is I started literally helping people in the group that Joel had, and it started. My first company was called Using Fava, and then that was for about 2 years. And then I met Esteban because he was in the program. He actually has an agency himself, multi seven figure agency today. But when I met him, he was like, growing his agency, doing about 20, 30K a month. So obviously he had some knowledge and results that he was getting, but he wasn't getting to the next level. And the whole time when I first got introduced to him, I was trying to upsell him to our highest tier program. We had an inner circle, and he was a pain in the freaking ass. But this is when I realized, I was like, man, this guy's smart. Like, this guy knows what he's talking about, and there's something here. And I remember actually reaching out to him because he reached out to me because he needed a person. He needed like some sort of a remote team member to help him with Go High Level or Facebook ads or something along those lines. And he actually gave me a lot of advice. He was like, dude, you should use this platform and this. And I go here and I go here. He gave me all these like tools that I'm going to share with you guys here today. And it ended up being a complete game changer. And then when he went through our process and we actually ended up finding some for him, he saw the light of what's possible with my previous company. And he told me, hey man, look, if I have a lot of clients that this was about a year after he became a client for us. He's like, I have a lot of clients. A lot of them need help. If we can maybe help them out. Maybe there's affiliate partnership here. There's something here. Maybe we can make this a thing. And that was in 2022. And we actually started Remote Latinos together. We came up with a name, and we started this. And this is the first lesson for you guys, because a lot of you guys are new in business. And I love partnerships. I love and hate it because there's a lot of things that are difficult. It's just like a relationship, just like marriage, just like anything when there's another person that has their own life you have to deal with on a regular basis. There's good and bad in that, right? Hopefully you find much more good with the way my relationship with Esteban is than there's bad. And a lot of you guys are new in business, and you guys are trying to do a lot of things on your own, and you're trying to figure out a lot of shit that's the sales and the marketing, the back end, and fulfillment and coding, whatever you guys do. And instead of just finding someone that you guys can collab with and potentially, quote unquote, soft date or soft partner with, and then slowly actually make it a thing, which is exactly what Esteban and I did. For the first like 90 days, we had no contract. We were just collecting payment on our end. I didn't even send him anything. And he was just like, I think there's something here. And then later on, we're like, okay, there's actually something here. We built enough trust with each other where we really like merged what my previous company was, and we started Remote Latinos. And over the last 3 years, we've hired over 1,200 people, helped hundreds of agency owners. We have clients like Eddie Malouf, Ryan Pineda. We've done Ryan Pineda's podcast. Really big people in the real estate investing space. Not sure if you guys know them, so I'm not going to even say their names because they might seem completely irrelevant. But big people. Obviously, Joel became a client. When your old boss becomes a client, that feels pretty good. Now he's a good friend. And now our mission is very, very simple. Our mission is to help 10,000 people, 10,000 businesses, 10,000 businesses scale by hiring world-class remote talent, and also providing them done-for-you solutions that can help them scale their business profitably while not dying in the business, right? You don't want to do everything you can to just not have a good life. That's not why you guys are in this call. That's not why you guys are starting the business. I hope not. And 10,000 is just the first milestone, right? We picked that number because you always hear about the 10,000 hour rule. And, it feels cool to know that we are about 12% of the way there, which means that there's some life, but we've got a long way to go to where we want to reach our goal. And Esteban, before I dive in, do you have anything else to add to our partnership story?
Yeah, guys, it's been quite a journey. I don't know if you guys are partners or you guys are solopreneurs, but I learned that if you do this by yourself, it's going to be much harder. That definitely you're going to grow some thick skin and great skill sets that are going to be very valuable. But there is absolutely no startup in the world that has had less than 2 or 3 partners. Like, think about the biggest startups in the world, right? And not only that, like, if you think about the biggest startups in the world, you guys are in the school of hard knocks right here, where you guys literally are seeing billionaires being interviewed on the street. Well, the biggest startups in the world will always partner up even with their starting employees, their founding team members. That means that you're going to keep giving a part of their company to the starting team members, the founding team members, because they believe in the mission and the vision from the very beginning, and they end up becoming partners, even if they only own 0.1%, 0.5% of that company. At the end of the day,
if you're hiring A players, you can do so much more because they're going to be building the business for you, right? You ultimately are going to develop the people. All right. And then the first hires that you ever do can actually make your business and change your business to the next level. Like we, as an example, when we partner up to build out our marketplace of the biggest Latin American virtual assistant remote worker marketplace in the world, we had an employee that now she's a partner of ours. And even though she owns a very small portion of the company and she gets paid a salary, she acts like a partner. She literally is a game changer for our organization. And you can do that repeatedly, over and over until you have, like for instance, Jeff Bezos owning a minority of Amazon, but still has a lot of partners that make the company move forward, right? So
Yep.
that's very important to take into account.
Yes, 100%. It's if you guys go look at the interviews of School Hard Knocks, which is I'm sure everybody here has. If you guys look up some of the most successful people that they interview, some of them are literally worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and you look up their company, how many founders or how many partners they have, they all have. No one is currently having multiple people. Maybe they started by themselves, like I started by myself, and then I was like, well, Esteban saw the vision, and then we partnered up. But nothing great was built alone. And before you guys can think about partnerships, what's a lot more better leverage for you is to hire someone. Because for me to tell you guys go find a business partner is like the same thing for me to tell you guys go find, oh, you're single, go find a wife. You're alone, go find a wife. That's easier said than done, right? So obviously, um what we want to teach you today is how to hire a rock star that you can delegate a lot of the tasks to, so you can focus on growing, scaling the business, and just build a team with awesome people, like kick-ass people. Like I genuinely have love for every single person on my team. If I didn't like them, I wouldn't hire them. It's one of my rules. It's like, if I don't like you, I don't hire you. Right? I'm at the
And
level
they
where I
will
still have
work
relationships with.
and they will work in your company as if they were partners of yours, even though you're two
Correct.
business, but you're gonna create this projection and this vision and this system for your employees or future employees or anyone that you hire or rehire again, so that
Yep.
they literally take your company to another level where you don't have to be there, right? They're building this out for you.
Perfect. So before I get started, I actually wanted to show you guys a cool graph. This is up to a couple, maybe a week ago. So it's pretty updated for 2024. People always ask us like, "Oh, you guys are remote Latinos, but you guys only hire in Latin America?" It's like we hire mostly here because obviously our name, and I live in Colombia, and Esteban is Colombian himself. So majority of our team is here. But we also hire people, you guys can see here, in Africa and in the Philippines, and we have people in the US. And it's like, at the end of the day, all I care about is talent. I don't care about location. I could care less if you live in Antarctica. If you are good and you show up and you help the business grow and you like being here, I want you. I could care less where you're at, right? It's easier to be in Latin America because it's the same time zone. They're used to a lot of the culture is very similar. That being said, you guys can see we've hired from other places around the world. We actually hire about 30% outside of Latin America. About 70% is in Latin America. So just a quick feat there. All right. So we're going to cover a lot of this process today from top to bottom. We're going to cover a lot of different stuff. Every section, when I ended the section, I'm going to have like a Q&A when you guys can ask me certain questions, myself or Esteban. So just be ready. If you guys have no questions, we'll just move on to the next section. So we have a lot of sections to cover. So hopefully you guys have a notepad, somewhere to take notes. And then, like I said, we'll answer your questions as we go. Before we get started, can everyone that's here that's not driving, can everyone drop a 1 if they're excited about what we have for you guys here? Drop a 1 in the chat. Boom. Cool. I see a bunch of 1s. I love it. Thank you, guys. Let's get started. So the very first thing that I want you guys to understand when it comes to hiring is identifying the role and why you need it. Identifying the role and why you need it. What do I mean by this? There are so many people that I see that come to us even today that they think they need someone, but they really don't. They think they need to delegate certain tasks, but really they should probably learn how to do it themselves because the business is way too early to invest into XYZ. So the first thing you guys need to understand is, what do you actually need in your business right now? And more importantly, why do you need it? Right? Why do you need it? And one of the best ways to identify each role is to understand what our businesses early on, what are they hiring? What are the first few things that they hire? And I've seen all sorts of positions. So if you guys can look here, for instance, a lead manager in the real estate world is an appointment setter, right? Similar to a cold caller, similar, not really similar, but acquisition manager is a closer. You have executive assistant and you have a social media manager. Usually one of these five is what I see most commonly are the first hires. Now, what I recommend, and something that Esteban and I learned this year, right, was probably one of the biggest mistakes for us. Well, he did it right. I would say more than I did. But the first hire, believe it or not, should not be someone that helps you with setting appointments and closing appointments, which you guys have maybe heard people in this group talk about, which is important. It's actually, believe it or not, is an executive assistant. And this is something that I just recently hired for myself after having 30 plus internal hirings. And I always thought, well, I'm not busy enough and I don't need to do this. I don't need to do that. And because my mindset was I'll just do it rather than hire someone. And that is actually one of the worst mindsets to have, because as a business owner, there's so many different things that you guys should not be doing. For instance, admin roles, for instance, cleaning out your emails. For instance, I mean, there will be a point where you guys are maybe traveling and helping with booking flights and hotels, and obviously a lot of other data and admin type of tasks that you guys should not be doing as a CEO. You guys should be aware of, right? But you guys should not be hiring, right? My first hire was an appointment setter, and it worked out good. And I still think there's that it should be one of the first hires. But the very, very first hire is an executive assistant. And we actually learned this from the book Buy Back Your Time, where Demartell, who's a multi-nine-figure entrepreneur, talks about how so many people make the mistake of not hiring this person. They hire them later in their life. And I became that person. Now that I have an assistant, I'm like, oh my gosh, she's literally helping me do all this other stuff that I used to even I was out for a couple of days last week, and I had to do all these stuff. And I was like, wait a second, I have an assistant. I can actually just send her to do this work. So it's just the little things that you guys don't think about. And you don't need someone full-time. You don't need someone that's like Alex Hermosi's executive assistant is literally a six-figure person. He's paying her like $10,000 a month. You do not need that. You don't need anything like that. You need someone that is also wanting to learn and grow in a company. They're not quite there yet, but it's a learning experience that you guys get to grow together. That's one of the coolest parts about growing a business, in my opinion, is you get to see people grow together with you. As the company grows, you see people grow. And sometimes the company outgrows the person and they're no longer needed, or, you can find someone better. Sometimes the person outgrows the company, right? They're like so much better and you can't afford them. And guess what? Either way, that's okay. That's just life. Now, this is important, obviously, because you want to be able to figure out, okay, what are the responsibilities? What's going to be the day-to-day of this person? What are they going to handle? What are they going to how are they going to make the business and my life better, right? The business and your life as a CEO, founder, life better, right? And then getting into the why, right? The first few positions I talked about, which was cold calling, lead management, that is for generating leads. You want to generate leads, whether you're running paid ads, whether you're doing cold calling yourself. I really believe that in the beginning, it's best to do it yourself and then delegate, because that way you can build a script, you can build a cadence, and you can learn how to teach someone. Because so many people, I know there's going to be people here that hear this and actually execute, and people that don't hear this and don't execute, and they will suffer. And that is, they hire a cold caller before learning cold calling themselves, right? Now, I believe there are certain things in the business you don't need to learn. You don't need to learn coding. You don't need to learn other positions, maybe like very detailed media buying. I think it helps to really to understand it. But I think cold calling is so freaking easy to do. It's so easy to do. It's dial, follow script, and just say it. There is obviously a skill to it, but it's one of the positions that you guys can easily do, especially as a new business, and learn how to do it. Because the more you can learn to do it, the easier it is going to be for you to hire and delegate. The problem so many business owners make is that they hire for a position they know nothing about. They have no experience doing, they have no experience hiring for, and they never know if they hire the right person. And that's a huge mistake. And then they don't know. It's like, hey, how's this person doing? It's like, I don't know. I think they're doing good. I'm not sure. Where it's like, you can clearly see if a cold caller is hitting KPIs, if they're getting the right training. Like, cold callers have to be held accountable. It's also a very high turnover position. There's people come and go in cold calling. Unfortunately, it's one of those positions. So understand the why behind it. It's like, where are you struggling with your business, right? I know a lot of the, my previous few minutes here has been about your first hire, but some of you guys maybe already have a hiring. And I'm actually curious, before I continue here, who here has an active person working for them, whether it's remotely or locally? Drop a number 2. Drop a 2 in the chat if you have someone already working for you. So
Most importantly, drop the number of current employees I want to know, or collaborators that you guys have I'm gonna drop our number right here.
Yeah. So we got a few people here. Yeah, we got a big boy team. 20 employees, amazing many. So 4, we got 3. So some of you guys have already an experience. You've already tasted, okay, you've gone through the process of hiring, you've had some success. Maybe if you've hired a few people, there's a chance that someone didn't work out, or you went through some interviews that weren't good, and we'll talk about how to avoid that at all costs. So the importance of understanding the first few hires is is as clear as the role that you're hiring, right? Whether it's, again, for lead generation, whether it's an executive assistant, whether maybe, okay, now you have the lead generator, you have an executive assistant, you want to remove yourself from closing, right? Closing is a very hard position to fulfill on a high level, right? I really believe that the best closers are not, number one, they're not looking for a job. And number two, they need to be trained. So you need to either poach someone, and if you bring someone in that is looking for a job, you better be good at training the closer, holding them accountable, and giving them every single thing they need, because the best closers are either not looking for a job or they need a lot of training, a lot, right? The odds of someone just miraculously being available on Indeed and you guys just put a job in and you find someone is rare. It's possible, but it's rare. Okay. Section 2 for the first part, how to identify the right role for your business. So like, look in, I learned this from Layla Hermosi, and I love this, is look at the last 30 days of your business, right? So specifically look at mid-October until mid-November, and where are you spending time that you should not be spending on, whether you do not like it or it's not generating revenue. Like, you literally are like, I'm draining, I hate this, why am I doing this? Or it's not generating revenue. And a lot of times this right here is a really good indicator to see, like, what are you spending time that it's not driving dollars to the business. It's just not, right? So a lot of times I'm doing the cold calling myself and I'm not getting what I'm supposed to do. I'm getting some, but I should probably be outsourcing this. Well, if you've done the cold calling, you have the script and you've gotten some results, great. You can definitely start thinking about delegating cold calling, right? If you have, some of you guys hate closing deals, you hate talking to clients, it's not your forte. Well, that's fine. As long as you have, and we'll talk about more about this, as long as you guys have the right processes and systems, and trainings, you can find a closer to delegate this work to. But so many people, they just kind of hire based off of, I don't even know. They just hire to hire, or they hire because they don't want to do the job themselves because they are too lazy to learn it. And that's where it becomes a little bit tricky, because there are certain things that you guys need to learn as business owners. And there's certain things that you can 100% delegate and not focus on, right? The revenue generating in the first beginning, some of you guys have a couple people, 4 people, someone has 20. At the end of the day, the business grows based on revenue and profit, right? The revenue is important, but profit is the most important thing. So you want to look at what is the number one revenue generating task. It's usually is a high level of lead flow, which cold callers can help with, appointment setters can help with, obviously paid ads can help with, sending out cold emails. That's a person that can do that. These are all tasks that you guys can hire specific people for to help you generate more leads. A lot of times more leads, not all the time, but a lot of times more leads can equals more sales. But so many people don't have any appointments on their calendar and they're like, man, I'm struggling to grow a business. Well, how many sales calls are you taking on a regular basis? Esteban, before I go into the next section, do you want to add anything into section 1 or 2?
No, I think we're good. Identify, like, section 2, this is all you, man. Like, this is great stuff.
Cool. And then why identifying the role comes first. So why this first? Because if you don't know what you want, you're not going to be able to create a powerful job description. One of the things I'm going to attach, it's not on here, but I'm going to send it to Jack, and he can share with you guys, is our detailed job description. It actually excites me because, like, I know for a fact when someone looks at a job description, they actually read it. It's like, I don't want to say a book, but it's going to take you like 20-30 minutes to go through the whole thing. You are either completely sold on what Esteban and I have built and are building and what our vision and mission is, or you're completely turned off. We are literally pinpointing the exact person we want based on the job description. So if you have not identified the role, you're not going to be able to create the perfect job description, which I'm going to share with you guys what that looks like here. And couple tips here for streamlining the process. So obviously, what are your business pain points? Where are you struggling with the most? Most of the time for new businesses, it's revenue generating things. It's things that are spending time that should not be spending time on, right? Then you want to define clear responsibilities. What is responsibilities? What is the day-to-day of this person? What do they do from the beginning? What does the first day look like? First week, first month look like? Again, focus on revenue generating tasks. You want to analyze your time use. This is huge. You're spending time on the wrong things. You're spending time on the wrong things a lot of times. Not all the time. Sometimes you're just spending time. You're like, why am I doing this? I'll give you guys a perfect example. One of the things I love doing, but I hate. Okay, let me take it back. One of the things I love, but I hate doing. I love payroll. I love paying my team. I genuinely do. It like excites me. I know that one of the cool things about growing a team, guys, is that you literally get to change someone's life in front of your face, right? So with our team, we have 31 people. Out of 31, 10 people in the last year and a half have bought either homes or cars. A couple of them got married. Some of them have taken trips, like literally lifeline trips, bucket list trips. I get to find out like people's dreams. I want to know what do they want to do in life. I don't want you just to work and die. That's not. I'm not here to do that. I don't want to hire people to do that. So you literally get a chance to change someone's life forever, right? Internally, you get to change someone's life internally with your company before you help someone, a client, right? Whether you're doing marketing or you're doing e-commerce, you're doing whatever your business is, of course you get to help your clients, right? But it's the help that you have for your clients is minimal compared to the life-changing, you know, dream or process that you have with someone internally that you are in complete control with, that this person works for your company, that he's taking a chance to work with you as much as you're taking a chance for him to work for your company. So what I was going to say is one of the things I love is paying my team. I hate the payroll part. I hate doing it. So literally this up until like 2 months ago, until I hired the executive assistant, I was doing it. And I was like, I hate this. Like this, I should not be doing this. What, you think Jeff Bezos pays his team? No, that doesn't even sign the checks. That's the mindset I want to have, right? Of course, I'm not Jeff Bezos, but that's the mindset is I wanted to remove myself from a task that was only taking like an hour or two a month. It wasn't like it was draining me every day, but that 1 hour or two a month was draining me. And then lastly is aligning with the role with the business goals. So what are the goals for the business? Where do you hope the business, right? We always like to make we have two types of goals. We have projections and we have goals. So this is very important for you guys. Projections and goals. Projections is the bare minimum. So for instance, if I go up here, you guys can see, for instance, let's just say as of November 18th, we're at 379 hirings. That means that by the end of the year, we should at least, based on everything that we've done over the last few months, we should be at like 450, más o menos, maybe 440. That's the projection. That's bare minimum. Nothing under that is unacceptable. But the goal is 500. Why not? Let's shoot for 120 more hires in the next month and a half. It'll be very hard, but let's shoot for a number that's a little bit more unrealistic. It's possible, but it's more unrealistic, where projection is the bare minimum. And so many people only operate on goals rather than operating on both goals and projections. I'm all about goals. Man, dream big. You want to go to the moon or you want to live on the moon? Look at Elon, right? But Elon has realistic goals and he has crazy goals, right? He wants to live on Mars. He wants to, okay, I want to go and have I want to have a planet that people can live on, which is great. But he's not doing that tomorrow. He's not doing that next year. He might not do that this decade, right? But slowly shooting rockets and all that stuff, he's slowly getting there. So one of my biggest tips for you guys is for all your teams, and we'll talk about KPIs on here, is having projections and having goals. Have a bare minimum that anything under this is unacceptable. What the hell are we doing? How are we not hitting the absolute bare minimum that's okay for us to survive or be profitable? And then the goal. And you guys will notice sometimes the more you want people to get wins. One of the biggest problems when someone hires someone is they don't know if they're winning or not, and they feel like it's the time it takes them to even feel like they're winning is so long that it drains them. Where I like for people to have quick wins. Like I love it. I love when people feel like I set an appointment, I closed my first deal, I made a Facebook ad that generated leads, whatever the case may be. You want people to get those quick wins. And yeah, so before we go into section 2, so a couple checklist things, right? Pinpoint pain points in your business, define clear responsibilities, analyze the time you're spending on things that are not, helping you generate revenue, focus on things that are going to generate revenue for you. And then most importantly, align the role with your business and goals. So before I move to section 2 or part 2, does anybody have any questions on identifying the role, why you need it? You can raise your hand or drop a comment or unmute yourself. Cool. Looks like it's pretty clear. First section, I made it as clear as possible. I'm going to let Esteban take over for number 2 here.
All right. So this is very important, guys, because at the end of the day, hiring is another funnel of marketing. All right. When you see hiring, maybe it's like, hey, I just gotta post a job in LinkedIn or in Indeed, and then hopefully something is gonna happen. What the real problem is that we don't really know how to get to our target market, our real target person that we want, right? So if we want an A player, if we want someone that is really capable of doing what we want, that ultimately has the right culture fit, ultimately has the experience, well, take it like you actually acquire clients. If you want the right clients, you want premium clients, you want clients to pay you the most amount of money, then your messaging goes towards those type of people, right? So it's the same thing whenever you're doing recruitment. If you don't craft your marketing properly when you're recruiting people, you're only going to attract C players, B players, or people that you just don't want to. So it has to be, you have to be doing a very clear and effective job description, because at the end of the day, the job description is what's going to be part of your ad, which is the advertising they put on Indeed, advertising they put in LinkedIn, advertising you put in job boards. If you do Facebook ads, doesn't matter. Like, the job description is what really defines the role, the responsibilities, the requirements, and the results that this person needs to bring. And if people that actually do read job descriptions don't find themselves like this is the right job for them, they're not going to apply, right? So it's very important that from the very beginning, just like we put a lot of effort into finding our own clients that actually fit the criteria that we want for our clients, RFPs, and the money that we want to make, the same thing has to be here. Because if we don't have a defined, clear criteria, we're always going to be chasing our tail. Like, just like if you guys don't have a clear, defined revenue goal, or if you guys don't have a clear, defined just profit goal, or clear defined goal for your business, we're not going to get anywhere. So the first thing about crafting your ad, crafting your marketing piece for your funnel on recruitment, is you have to be able to have a great company overview, because even, believe it or not, A players, they get attracted to what companies believe, what the vision is. When you create a company belief, a vision for the company, and you make it look like this A players can fit in here and they can build within here, then now A players will feel more attracted. Now, for example, as an example here, we're putting our company description very straightforward about what we want to accomplish in your company, right? And this has to be a combination of what your vision is, what your core values is as a company, and ultimately your mission as a company as well, right? Like, you have to be able to tell people what your culture and what your company wants to accomplish in the long term right away, very fast, and what they do for others. How do they change others' lives? How they're going to feel inside of that company, right? But let's say, for example, we want to craft it in an ad. Well, we need to do that very quickly, right? We need to do that. Ultimately, the best way to do that is by making sure that we grab attention first, and then they can read the entire thing after, right? So let's talk about how we're going to grab attention first. Whenever we actually are running advertising and want to get you want to be different than the rest of the other companies and just essentially penetrate the noise, we have to make sure that our offer for employees is the very best that it can be, right? It's as specific as possible. We need to have a job that a lot of people can actually understand. It's not as super niche, because then otherwise you're going to go out, you're not going to be able to go outside of your niche, or people that understand your wording. And you also have to you also have to show them how much money, what's in it for them, that they can actually make, right? And at the end of the day, for example, here, if you're doing a job for a remote cold caller that is needed for real estate acquisitions, this is just one example. That is one way to attract people that ultimately only understand that language. If you want only people that really understand real estate acquisitions, you want to put that a specific thing. But if you find difficulty on finding talent outside of your niche words, you have to be saying, well, I need a remote cold caller needed for closing deals for a real estate company, or for example, for closing deals for an HVAC company, right? or for closing deals and whatever it is that you have, a competitive pay and bonuses. And you can always add what the pay range could be, or like the actual pay that you're willing to give them. So remember that this is marketing 101. You can find out that headlines will attract people. We'll make sure that we open up whatever ad we have in LinkedIn, whatever ad we have in Indeed, and whatever ad we have in Facebook ads. So I would love to actually show you guys how we actually run the Facebook ads for acquiring talent right in here in Latin America. You guys can literally go
And
ahead. Go for
one
it.
thing that's fun, it's also there's also a whole section about this, so you can show it to them now. But we also have a section about this where I took some examples. Someone just wanted to show you guys live examples, but we also have them on the PDF.
Correct. So I'm going to be just showing you exactly how we actually run our ads, because it's very easy to get attention from people that live outside of the US, because people want just an opportunity to work in the United States, make money in American dollars. So just saying that you're going to pay them in American dollars, and you're saying that you're going to pay them 50% to 100% more that when any local company is going to pay them in their country, you're already winning. But people have to see it. People have to take a look at that. People have to notice that you are that company that is going to pay them more. That company is going to give them a better job, right? Can you continue sharing the screen right here, Amir? Or let me
Yes.
go here. Let me see if
Were you going to show something?
Yeah, I'm while it's loading. All right.
I want to show them.
So
You want to go over this really quick, because I'm going to give
let's
them a
go
free. We're
over
going to give you
let's go over the job descriptions, that's for sure.
cool, and
So
we're going to give you guys. We're going to give you guys some what's it called? Some sauce here. My thing is on dark screen. I don't know if I can share it. It doesn't look kind of creepy, but here you go. So you want to go over this real quick?
yeah, so for example, guys, whenever we're crafting our job description and we're sending this job description, or we're including it within our ad, it is very important that we are putting our mission, our vision, and ultimately what we stand for. It's very important to do that. And a quick link to where we actually have even more information about that in the website, or even in YouTube, because people want to relate more to the type of businesses or type of business owners that they want to really work for, or the type of organization that they really want to work for, right? If they see that it doesn't fit what they want to do, then they're not going to apply. But if they do want to, they do fit on how you run your company, then they're going to feel like they should apply to this, and there's no way that they don't get attracted, right? That's the first thing. People need to be attracted to something that they actually feel is a good fit for each other. It's not just about money, because you don't want to hire mercenaries, right? Scroll down. One thing that we do in our job description is that we actually give a message or a premise of who we are. Evidence, right? Social proof. One way to influence A players to actually work with you is to show that you're going to take them to another level, that you're going to make them make money, and that the company is going to places, right? This is the ultimate proof that this is the right company for A players. And people want to feel that they can actually grow and expand and build something inside of your organization. Keep going down. So there is no difference in whenever you're doing like a video sales letter for a client. Core values is important, because when people go ahead and start looking at other companies and they see that culturally there's not going to be a fit, and trust me when I say that candidates or employees are looking for a good culture fit, it is important for them. And if it's not important for them, then that is a problem. In a way, maybe they're not going to say like, oh, I'm looking for a good culture fit, but they want to feel good about working in a company, because that's what's going to keep them forever. It's not going to, because if they don't feel like they fit in that company, they're only going to stay there for 3 months, maximum 5 months, and they're just going to stay in your company just for a short period of time until they find something that actually aligns to what you're looking for, right? The other part of this is, once we start talking about the role, we need to know Alex Ramos calls it the 4 R's. We need to know the role, what really the role stands for, right? So that's the first R, the role. So what this job entail, what does that mean? What does the ultimate role means? We need to know the requirements and responsibilities of that role, and we need to know the results of what that role is going to do. If you guys are not putting the compensation within the job description, people are not going to know where they're actually going to go, like how this is going to go for them, what's in it for them. So sometimes it is important that we just are as honest and transparent as possible on how the compensation is going to go, because that's what's going to attract people that want to get paid really well. Sometimes people don't put the compensation in there or their salary just because they want to say, oh, well, you can make 6 figures, well, or you can make a lot of money. Well, but you're not being as specific, you're not being as focused. So people are not going to guess that it's going to be a good amount of money. You want to definitely put a number, or what I like doing is putting a range in order to actually attract people that are top level. If you people can quickly digest about the role. Keep going. So the requirements, all right? So that's another R. And one thing that we like doing is because we're very, very assertive on how we actually find talent culturally, we want to make sure that people know what we don't like in a person, right? And that's basically opposite of what our cultural core values represent. So sometimes people are coming in here and they just apply because they have high expectations on salary, but then if they don't read this, right, or if they read this, then they're gonna see like, well, these people are just not gonna be just another job that I can quickly apply on LinkedIn. These people are actually going to take my interview more seriously, or not even gonna take a look at my interview at all. All right, let's keep going on the PDF. All right. So we covered mission, we covered vision, we covered core values. It's very important that you guys have that clear. If you guys don't have that clear, there's a video right in here that actually shows the process that we use to create core values, for example. If you guys have had issues in keeping people in-house for a long period of time, it's probably because you guys have not defined exactly the people that should stay. And there is a book that actually can help you get there. It's called Traction. And I believe his chapter 3 talks about different things on how you should establish this thing. And then Traction ultimately teaches you how you should set up core values for your company, where people can actually, they're going to be capable, they're going to get it, and they're going to want it. And if people get it, want it, and they're capable, and they check mark positive on every single core value, then you're going to find that these people are less likely that they're going to leave your company, and most likely they're going to stay there for years. And sometimes it's just little tweaks, or you're doing this little checks with these people that you have in your company, just to see where they are right now at that moment, because maybe they're going through different situations in their life that doesn't fit their current core values, that makes them not be capable or get it or want it. And that's where you actually have to sit down with people, either to see create a game plan on how to improve that, or you have to literally remove that person from that seat, because it might be the person that is in the wrong seat, or it might be the wrong person and it shouldn't be in any seat whatsoever in the company. So once you start doing that, and Jack just talked about how he's literally reading Traction, now you're going to have a clearer vision on how to accept people and keep people in your company, right? So that's a huge thing. The EOS program is one of the best programs that I've actually applied in my organization, and we do level 10 meetings every single week, for example, where we are very clear on our goal, on what we need to achieve in a quarter-to-quarter basis, and who should remain in the company. And whenever we onboard people, they should match these expectations that we have in the company, the core values that we have created, and the expectations for each role. And if they are in the wrong seat, then ultimately that's your fault. You put them in the wrong seat. You didn't really evaluate them correctly from the very beginning, or attracted the wrong person. Okay. All right. Let's keep going. Section 4. All right. So what's section 4 again? Sorry, I think you're going a little bit fast.
Yep. Necessary skills and experience. We talked about this a little bit already.
Oh, yeah, we talked about that. Preferred qualities. Guys, we're going to give you guys this PDF, obviously, so you guys can follow it. And literally, with this PDF, you guys can feed it back in ChatGPT, and literally, you guys are going to be able to create your job descriptions properly and so on, right? Or just use our templates. KPIs and expectations. This is results. Some people will find themselves lost as you onboard them because you literally don't know where they should be aiming for. So you don't know the results that they should be actually aiming for. And each person should have a specific critical drivers that will drive their success. Okay. So what does that mean? If a person needs to ultimately train every single day in the first 2 weeks and train on a specific course and make 100 calls every day until they get up to speed, so that they can get the result of closing at least the first deal in the first 2 weeks, and you tell them that, and you know that, and you put that in paper as an expectation, and then you put it into a scorecard, that's when you actually set them up for success. It's a way for them to actually have clarity in the role. But if we don't have any of that, if we don't have the results that they need to achieve, then the person is going to feel lost. They don't know the exact expectations, right? Yeah, you will be able to copy this 100%, edit.
So in this presentation, we're going to go over something very important as a CEO or as an owner of a company that sometimes we don't really consider and don't put too much importance at the beginning. And I had a recent conversation with a very new business owner that thought that this was going to be some bullshit. Like having this specific things set up from the very beginning was some sort of bullshit, because you go into a company and you're like, you know what? I'm not going to care about this. And I'm going to present to you here exactly what I mean. So this is very important topic. All right. So in order for you to have a successful business, in order for you to actually have your employees coming in, being able to hire great employees, grow your business, you have to have this as an understanding. Why, what, who, how, and when. These are the essential particles, elements of what makes up a true organization, a true company. And it makes you a great CEO. It makes you a great COO. So we're going to go over this. Okay. And Remote Latinos presents to you this in order for you to have a great hire as a remote Latino client, where you're going to hire people from Latin America, virtual employees, remote workers. Okay. Now, what are the essentials before we continue growing a company or just to start up a company? I told you about my story with the guy that said that whenever he came into the company he was working with, I thought all of that was bullshit. And essentially, here's how we see it. And this graph, this graphics actually tells us about very essential parts. These are 4. The mission, the vision, the values, and the goals. And each one actually pushes each other. Mission, it tells us why do we exist. So whenever you start your company and if you read a book called Start With Why, it's going to help you really like get this together using the golden circle. But why do we exist? What's the entire concept of why do we exist as a company? What is that North Star? All right. And that North Star, you're going to paint it to your employees. Now, this is not what you want to do with a company, like whether you want to sell it or whatever. This is what you're going to paint to your employees, that picture, that North Star, that it's going to also say to every single one of your clients why you're doing what you're doing. It's something bigger than just making money. It's something that potentially is going to completely just make people believe in your company so good. It's going to make people believe in your company that they're going to continuously approach you and start working with you just because of this belief. Imagine of a company that has the ability to change the world or a space or an industry because of their why, of their belief. Their customers are always going to be loyal to them, even if there is competition out there, because they are just looking to explain the how. So having a why is crucial, and this is the mission of your company. So why do we exist? This is the fundamental purpose of your company. So for example, for Hustle Media, the entire mission is we want to help 2,000 real estate investors. First of all, is make smart decisions rather than just relying on hustle, but making sure that they have a way to shift their business. So we're going to help them shift their business in a way that they can expand, grow with digital marketing systems and people. So we're going to help them shift the way that they do their business with digital marketing systems and people. And that means, we're going to have a certain specific number and a certain specific thing that we want to accomplish. And I mean, the why we want to accomplish things. We want to make sure that real estate investors have a fast, reliable, easy method of getting deals and people. Okay. Now, that clarifies the priorities and sharpens the focus for your employees to ultimately understand. The next one is the vision. So that's the what. What must our school become to accomplish on our purpose, right? Not our school, but our company, our organization, our agency, whatever. I took this from another graphic. So this is a compelling future, right? So we must become the best real estate agency in the world that provides digital marketing systems and people, right? And we become the person, the company, the individual, the organization that provides fast, easy access to online marketing deals and people. Okay. Now, the values. This is one of the most important things. How we're going to approach this. How must we behave to achieve our vision? And this is a collective commitment between you as a founder or founders and your team members, especially leaders, right? And this is ultimately what guides behavior in your organization and how we're going to approach everything from responding to an email to delivering on results to doing the sales to making sure that we handle an issue or we handle wins, and how we praise and reward, how we handle marketing material, all of it, how we handle the relationships inside of our company. All right. The values, right? Now, the goals is another it's another thing that how we will mark our progress. These are goals, these are targets, these are timelines. It establishes priorities, but we're gonna go over mission, vision, and values. Okay. So why you guys should actually listen to this and then why is it so important? First of all, companies that master this will have ultimately better hiring. If you're going to hire from Remote Latinos or from any other recruitment place, okay, any other company, just think about if you don't have a way for your employees or your future employees to actually see how they're going to win in your organization, and how they see themselves in the future, you're not going to have A players. People will last longer in the company if they know what's the North Star, what's the mission, what the company believes in, what are the core values, what you're exactly looking for from them. And if the core values and the culture is matched, you're going to find those rock stars come automatically like a magnet. And the hires will be better hires and rock stars will come. So hiring wrong people will pull you back maybe a month, 5 months, or even a year, depending on the organization role. So depending on the role of that person, it's going to pull you back 1 month, 5 months, 1 year. Imagine hiring a wrong closer that you have spent all this time, but they don't come in and don't understand the core values. They don't know the mission of the company. They don't understand why we do what we do. They come in and try to like always, let's say, overpromise everything, try to sell everyone and their mother. They're not bringing in the right individuals. They're not playing nice. They're not doing what they're supposed to do. They're not following the systems. You spend a month already training them and for nothing. Training them and giving them the chance to close sales. 5 months, maybe this is an operations manager. Maybe this is someone in the leadership department. And same thing happens. Now you have to let them go or they leave themselves. 5 months, you're out. Okay. The same thing for, let's say, a year, CEOs, directors, presidents, whatever. Plus, it can cost you up to 15 times their annual salary in revenue if you don't do a right hire. So this will increase productivity, empowering leaders to generate 2.1 times output from their teams. Now, this also is going to give your team and your employees loyalty. You're going to receive more loyalty from them because ultimately they're going to understand why they are where they are, why you appreciate them being in there. The core values are followed and they have a North Star to follow. This is what every company needs. Why would they sacrifice and help your company forever? Not because they want to make you money, but because there is something else out there that they also are going to pursue because it's also going to help them make more money, grow in their career, grow in their life, help them in their personal and professional life. Okay. People want to have and get inspired by a purpose and have core values to follow. So another thing is that sometimes you're going to understand that it's very hard to fire, regardless of whether you have fired one person or 50 people or 100 people. It's always going to be uncomfortable and it's going to be unpredictable. You don't know how these people are going to behave ultimately. And it's always going to be something that you have to do. But what if you are firing for so many times consecutively? All right. What if it's back to back? There's a problem right there because you're not doing the right hiring. So it's going to be hard if you have to fire so many people because you're not doing the right hiring. So some companies don't do this year one, and it may be too late on year 3 already because, hey, you know what? You've built a company without core values, without the proper organization, without the proper expectations, without a proper North Star, without the proper mission, without the proper way of the behavior. So here's the first thing that we're going to cover. The first thing is creating and enhancing your vision, like a true CEO and COO. So creating and enhancing your vision is one of the biggest things you have to do. Here's the vision that you gotta be able to have. So the vision is the why. Why should people, your employees, show up when things get hard? Just think about it. Why should they show up when things get hard? Why should they work harder? Why turning down an offer at another company with a higher salary and staying in your company? Why should they do it? Why give your best performance instead of the minimum accepted standard? There is absolute reasons why employees need to understand why they should be going through all of this. If you think about it, it will be a hassle for the employee. So why should employees do this? Well, I got news for you. No one wants to make you money. No one really cares about making you money. They care about themselves. They care about something better, a purpose. their own purpose, and they will believe in something if you make them believe that whatever work they're doing, it has a true purpose. So what does the world would look like if your company grows to its fullest potential and highest potential? So what would that look like for your employees? What would be that North Star? Did you know that Microsoft, whenever it was founded, they wanted for every single desk on every home to have a computer? Or LinkedIn, to create an economic opportunity for every member of the global workforce? For example, Hustle Media wants investors connecting with motivated sellers and off-market deals and grow their business through scalable online marketing systems and people. So why they should actually care, and what would the world look like if your company grows? That's what people will push for and work in your organization, and prefer to work in your organization, and create loyalty because of those things. So what will be the mission? What's something that will create a perfect mission for your company? So what will your company do in order to bring about your vision? So let's say, for example, Tesla. Did you know that Tesla wanted to accelerate the world's transition to sustainable energy, or making sure that they have a way to create electrical energy into transportation, going to another planet, going to space, and using the best car in the world to do that? So that's their mission. Patagonia, which is another company. So did you know that Patagonia built the best product, caused no unnecessary harm, use business to inspire and implement solutions to the environmental crisis? And for example, Hustle Media is that we want to help 2,000 real estate investors scale their business through smart inbound marketing and systems. We also want to do that with people. But we have the mission of helping 2,000 real estate investors, and we have a number to do that right now. And as we grow, that thing will change. So the other thing is creating and enhancing your core values. This is highly important whenever you have a scorecard and you want to actually hire your best employees and the best A players. You want to find them, and you want to set that core value for people to actually know what type of culture it's in there. Creating your core values, it means your who. Don't create more than 10 core values. Keep it very simple. If you can keep it to 5, that's great. Build it based on who you are, not who you think you are. Make your team tell you the truth. So for instance, you're going to have your team leaders or your team members tell you exactly who you guys are. Sometimes we think that we know who we are, and who we know we think who we are, right? But in reality is that other people see exactly who we are, and we need that feedback from the outside in order to know that. So you got to be creative and fun about it. You don't have to go to the boring corporate route of being like, hey, respect, integrity, balance, blah, blah, blah. Like, what the hell does that even mean? In order to create great core values, you have to, especially in a startup, you have to make it very clear, fun, and easy to digest. So what does Hustle Media have as a core value, for example? Do not cheat and copy this, but this is an example. Be radically obsessed with your client. And our client for us in Hustle Media is our team, is your client too. Our clients that we generate results to, and our team internally is our client. We're radically obsessed. 2, we gotta compete with your own potential. 3, be proud of yourself with our community. 4, do things with passion. And 5, attitude is everything. Those are our top 5 core values inside of our organization. That's as an example. So this is something that you have to understand. And we also learned this from Jana Lee from the Ops Academy about creating your core values. This is an assignment that you got to do. If you have core values, but they're shitty,
or core values that need reinforcement, go back and you're going to create your core values where you're going to take about 1 to 2 hours. You're going to book about 1 or 2 hours with your team, and you're going to do it in different stages. Stage number 1 is you're going to pre-frame what's going to happen ahead of time. You're going to tell people what's the agenda, what we're going to accomplish, what we're going to try to accomplish. You're going to give them an example of someone else on the team and something that they did that embodied what we're all about. We're also going to go ahead and say, what core values do you believe are important, but perhaps we haven't fully embodied them yet? And this is stage 1. I also took this from masterclass.com, but Jana Lee helped a ton. You want to check them out, masterclass.com. There's an exact link in this specific presentation. Stage 2 of defining your core values is you have to refine into a thematic clusters. So you can pick and choose the themes of what your core values are all about. You can color code it in maybe an idea board or sticky notes where you're going to refine everything that you have done in the brainstorming session, and you're going to make sure that you filter out the things and start refining it until you get less and less and less. Okay. Stage 3 of creating your core values is this will be on your own. You have to be with a top leader, co-founder, or yourself, the CEO. You're going to condense, select, and finalize the core values. We're going to go over a few examples that Jana Lee actually did for us. So here is creating your core values. For example, you're going to book your 1 or 2 hours with your team, and this is stage 1. Again, pre-frame ahead of time. You can use sticky notes to do the entire brainstorming and such, and give an example. So for example, give me an example of someone else on the team and something that they did that embodied what we are all about. So you're going to be in the Zoom, or you're going to be in a round table in a boardroom with your team, and you're going to ask them, hey, Lena, what do you think John did, or something that they did in the past, or something that they're doing that embodies what the agency is all about? And it's easier for Lena to talk about John instead of Lena talk about themselves, right? Instead of Lena talk about herself. So when you get someone else to talk about someone else, it's much easier and complimenting someone else. So for example, John is really great at handling the team or handling the internal team. They really care. They're trying to always be attentive of how we can help, how we can learn, how we can actually chime in and things like that. Okay, you write that down. Hey, John, what does Lena do that embodies what we are all about? Well, guess what? Lena is super passionate about what she does, and she helps her clients so much that she goes above and beyond. And okay, we write that down. All right. And now, what core values do you believe that are important, but perhaps we haven't fully embodied them yet? That's another question that you got to ask your team. What core value do you believe in that are important, but perhaps we haven't fully embodied them? And you're going to use a sticky notes or an idea board, all right, with sticky notes. And for instance, if you're in a remote business, you can use Miro, you can use Lucid Chart, Lucid Sparks, ClickUp, Mind Maps, and go about it. You don't have to use sticky notes if you don't have an actual in-house team. So it will look like this. This is taken by Jana. Literally, Jana did this for us. And to show us and to teach us, this will be stage 2, where we're going to start refining into thematic clusters. So thematic categories, call it like that. You see how, for instance, this sticky note is this color, this sticky note is another color. You have red, you have yellow, you have blue, for instance. And these are themes, right? So these are themes and stages that we will have. Stage 1, it could be one color. Stage 2 could be another color. Stage 3, another color. So we refine. The first stage will have way more than the second, and so on. And then the third stage, which is on your own, you're going to condense and select and finalize. This is very, very small, 5 to 10, remember. After that, you have to make sure that your team members, after you created your core values, you have to make sure that your team members eat and breathe these core values. So you're going to do something called proselytize. Proselytize is going to make sure that you're going to make sure to say it, to mark it in the board. You're going to put it in the wall. You're going to put it everywhere. You're going to start saying it, engraving it in people's head until they remember it. They continuously say it, and they say like, yeah, so we're passionate about our clients and we always over deliver, and we know the attitude is everything. Therefore, we're going to solve this problem. You're going to say it so many times. You're going to make sure that you proselytize it until like they start saying it to their clients. Yes, here at Hustle Media, we're trying to over deliver, or here at Hustle Media, attitude is everything. We don't know something, we're going to figure it out, right? So is it working? Then start looking for new hires if you are knowing that you're going to start hiring towards these core values, right? Remember, the core values is the hook. So let's go back to the vision and mission and why it's important to understand it in this triangle perspective. The triangle perspective of the entire mission and vision of your company starts with self-actualization, self-esteem, love, belonging, safety, and psychological. Right in the bottom, you'll have the psychological effect that the vision and mission does. So potentially is that they're going to be able to breed, eat, that they're going to be able to procreate, create family. Safety, they're going to have a home, money, vacations. They're going to be able to afford a car. Love and belonging is because they feel in a community. They feel in something. And this is where core values start. In the triangle, this is the third step from top to bottom. And this is where they start belonging to someone, to something, to an organization. When they feel empowered by the leadership, this is something that is going to help them with their self-esteem, with their esteem, being able to accomplish things, feel like kings, feel like winners, being able to have target goals and such, be liked, and so on. And the self-actualization actually comes from the vision and the mission, which is the very top of the pyramid. This is where they feel so great about them being in the organization. Okay. Here's how the how works in the strategy. So you're going to go with your teams and you're going to say this. How are you going to accomplish your mission? You're going to put together with your team and a specific objective. So given the mission and a personal goal, what target can you hit by the end of the year? So when you're hiring and you're onboarding these people, you have a scorecard. And you also have specific goals that they're going to have for themselves. You're going to put together a sheet where they're going to write down the specific goals that they're going to put for themselves. Given the mission and personal goal, what target can you hit by the end of the year? What numbers do they need to change to hit that target, right? Remember, there's only two levers: acquisition and lifetime value. What are the various strategies that you could use to accomplish that change? For instance, strategies could be improving the team, the systems, the offers, the products, the branding. Which of those potential strategies align with your vision and the mission and the core values? So if there's multiple, so which one is it? If you were to accomplish it, make the others easier, or maybe they are unnecessary. Now, what is the most important objective for your team that you must meet in your, let's say, Q1 to hit your 2023 goals, 2024 goals, 2025 goals, and so on? Those are the questions that you got to do. as a to-do list in this specific training. You're going to build your core values with your team. You're going to take about 1 to 2 hours. You're going to meet with them. You're also going to finalize your mission and vision. 1 to 3 hours you're going to put into this. Make sure that it's specific, clear. You can actually read the book, start with why, or watch some YouTube summaries or YouTube videos about it so that you have a clear vision and mission. And share the 2023, 2022, 2024, whatever year you're actually watching this, a strategic pathway with your team. And it's going to be about 30 minutes. And then this is where it gets a little bit more detailed. We're going to go over this in other modules, but create objectives with each team member, such as objective key results. Every single team member have to have an objective. And remember how crucial is to over communicate everything and become better at communication every single time. That's about it, guys. This is crucial for your hiring. Make sure that you know this and apply this.
Awesome. All right, so here is a little bit more of marketing and creating a job description. EOS is the entrepreneur operating system. Okay, crafting job description. Let's go. Tips on streamlining the job description process. So here's a few tips. All right, keep going.
Cool. That's the end of the section.
All right. So do you want to do this or do you want me to do this?
Yep. Cool. So choosing the right platform to source talent, step-by-step guide. So now that we identified the role, we have created a job description, which means that you guys have gone over responsibilities and the required skills. And now you have, if once you guys have the job description and it's detailed, the problem is so many people like think they have a job description. It's like 2 lines. And then I come in or my company comes in or someone comes in and they're looking for the same exact person you are, the same pay, but our job description is way more detailed. We're going to find the right people over you guys, even at the same exact pay, whether we're a much bigger company or smaller company, right? It's attention to detail. It's the little things, right? Just like when we hire someone, we look for the little things. The people you guys are hiring, the candidates, the A players, they're also looking for the little things within companies. So next up is now let's start going to the right platforms. So obviously you guys have all heard of LinkedIn to find talent. It is an unbelievable tool to use to hire a talent US based, remote, outside of the US. It doesn't matter. There's literally, I don't know how many active users, hundreds of millions of people on LinkedIn. It's one of the biggest, became a social media platform. It's kind of cool that you can go on there and there's videos on there and you can actually really connect with people. So here, literally step-by-step of, from creating the company page, gives you tips here, posting the job, leveraging LinkedIn search and filters so you guys can actually do your own outreach, or you guys can create an ad. There's so many different ways of finding candidates out there, but the most important part is the message you guys have and what keywords you're using. And then of course the job description, right? You don't want to attract 1,000 people. You want to attract 20 to 30 of the right. I'd rather have 20 to 30 A+ players, or even B+ players than 1,000 C players that apply with me, right? Just like you would rather have 30 incredible high-paying clients than 500 very low-paying, very average, annoying, draining clients. That's the reality of business. So this gives you all the step-by-step for LinkedIn, engaging with your network, a lot of stuff that you guys have probably never done, never even heard about. We go over that here. This is one of the biggest value adds I'm going to give you guys, myself and Esteban, and it's using a platform that we've used a lot of times. It's Tore.ai. So we are actively working with them, and they actually were one of the people that inspired us to create our own marketplace. So we actually are building that up. We're in pre-launch phase right now. We're in the last couple steps here before we launch it. But Tore.ai is incredible. A lot of Latam talent here. So if you guys wanted to find Latam talent, sometimes it's LinkedIn gives you talent from all over the world, where Tore really focuses on Latam. So we give you guys obviously this platform, how to post a job, all the ways to use it here. And then another golden tool is Facebook groups. So in this PDF, you guys will have three groups that we actively use recruit from on a regular basis. Facebook is probably one of the best ones because there's literally a billion, I don't know, two plus billion active users on there. A lot of them are looking for a job. There's a lot. I mean, these are just three groups. There's probably like thousands of Facebook groups that have all sorts of remote workers, virtual assistants, cold callers. I mean, you guys name it. I mean, we've hired probably most people from Facebook groups because it's free and people are using Facebook. You know, the only problem with Facebook is there's a cap of how many people you guys can message. So if you make a really crazy and great job offer and the description is really detailed and you're attracting a lot of talent, which is amazing, you're going to be capped of how many people you guys are going to be able to message on a regular basis. It's the same with LinkedIn, actually. So you can only message, I believe on Facebook, it's like 40 or 50 a day. Could be even less than that. So that's the only red flag. Same thing with LinkedIn, but the quality is pretty freaking high. So same, very, very similar thing, you know, posting the job description. You want to engage with the comments. You'll see people commenting. They might be messaging you. So look out for not just your direct messages, but also your Facebook requests messages as well. So Facebook is great. Another one is Indeed. So a lot of people, you guys, I'm sure all you guys have heard of Indeed, but what you guys probably haven't heard about is people using Indeed to hire remote talent outside of the US. I didn't know about this till I started this business a few years ago. I was like, holy crap, you can hire. I thought Indeed was only US based. Absolutely not. You can actually use Indeed to hire people in Latam, in South Africa. I mean, you guys can name it. This is more of like an advertising tool. So you do have to pay for it, whereas Facebook group is free. LinkedIn could be free. There's also a paid option. And Torre is a paid option. So I wanted to give you guys a couple of free options, a couple of paid options. And then, of course, you want to invite them, you know, once you put the ad out and you'll attract people and then you can get them into interviews. So Esteban talked a little bit about this, so I'm going to have him take over here before I dive into Facebook ads, because this has been a really, really amazing game changer for us. Does anybody have any questions about anything that we've talked about so far before we dive into Facebook ads? You can put it into the chat if you have a question and we'll answer it. Otherwise, we're going to dive into Facebook ads right this moment. Cool. Doesn't look like anybody have questions. Awesome. Esteban, let's take it away with Facebook ads to acquire talent.
All right, sounds good. So let's make this happen. With Facebook ads, we can get people at literally under $1, right? Applicants that are literally answering about 20 to 25 questions, all right? And these people are being interrupted based on their search terms, based on their behaviors, based on their interest, and you can just get in front of them when they're using their social media, or when they're using Facebook and Instagram, right? So if you create a profile in the business manager on Facebook and you run ads to get candidates, it doesn't matter where, whether that's candidates in Australia, Latin America, Europe, or whatever, and you just follow the same concept that we have in terms of like creating an ad on LinkedIn, Indeed, but just you're going to shape it for Facebook, and I'm going to show you here an example. You're going to be able to drive talent towards that. I'm going to show you exactly how an ad usually look like just to drive talent. Come here, Amir, can you help me by sharing my screen?
Yeah, sharing your screen. I'm going to stop sharing mine, and then you can share your screen.
Yeah. All right. So in here, for example, we have been getting $1.55 per lead. We have a few campaigns running. Some of them are videos, some of them are just pictures that we run. But these are the type of ads that we're currently have been running. Well, in the past, we've been running different type of ads as well. So, for example, I'll show you guys a few ones that we have done to hire people in Latam. This is one that we currently are running right in here. All right. So this one right here that has it's $1.48 per submit. It's very, very simple. Literally, we're telling them that we're looking for an opportunity of a virtual assistant or a sales representative in the US, all right, and that there is an USD opportunity. So USD pay opportunity right in here. We are telling them a very direct copy. You guys can literally copy paste this, how they can earn USD pay boost their career, and we're being very specific in what we need. For example, 90% English proficiency, remote work setup, and so on. And then once they click on the ad, then ultimately we'll be able to show them a little bit of a job description and make them go through a funnel. So right here, for instance, when we click on this, people will be able to see a form or survey that gives them more of an understanding of what we're looking for. It's just a survey. You can do this with JotForm, or you can do this with Koha Level, with Typeform. We tell them that the pay is up to $2,500 a month, for instance. We can easily pay people up to $2,500 a month whenever there is base, commissions, bonuses included. And we tell them that we need fluent English in order for this to happen, that there's benefits to working from home, like for example, like working from home, and other things that we actually want from that specific role. Some expectations so that, before they continuously just clicking next, they're ultimately answering the questions correctly. English level, we're asking for it. And then in the back end, we qualify whether they're 80%, 90%, how they identify themselves as. And then ultimately, whether they have a native level or excellent level of English. If they choose that, then obviously they're going to be able to move forward. Let's just say I'm putting this in here. We're asking for their email. Let me just here have an example of an email and so on. And we're asking all these questions so that they can actually put one, we sift through the noise. There is enough friction so that they take the time, because remember, like we're literally running ads on people that they can be very distracted. You're in social media, people are distracted, they have very low attention span. So we want people that ultimately have an intention. Then we make them here tell us a few information about them. Let's just say I'm in Toronto, Canada, because I used to live there. Do I have work from home experience? Let's just say yes. What other positions do I do well? Let's say they can choose to do other positions as well. They're currently employed, unemployed, home base, on-site, home base. Let's just say they want a full-time. What are you looking for? This is something that we want them to ultimately answer. And there's about 23 questions that we actually ask them to do. And there is one question that I want to show you guys that is very important to have, because this is what changed the game for us. Okay. In order to get the best people, you need to make them go through challenges. If they're not willing to go through challenges and like hard enough way to actually make something happen and actually apply for their job, then they're probably not as serious, right? So based on what we believe the best way to qualify people as fast as possible, but also see what's their level of English, their tone and everything for this specific role, we make them ultimately create a video of themselves and just talk about why they should be hired. We obviously have a way to qualify them right here. They start talking and then they give us a short video, right? They're able to submit it. We get that video right in there. So we tell them the instructions on how to do it. And usually these videos are about 1 minute to 3 minutes, or sometimes less than that. We tell them to take about 2 to 3 minutes and so on. And then this is going to go in our library. And this is what has changed the game. And that's why whenever we're building our own marketplace, you guys should be able to see videos, because in the remote world, it's very easy to receive tons of applicants, tons of resumes. But if we are we aiming for great communication skills and great accent, or ultimately great ability to sell or like talk to other people, then having a video and having them talk and express themselves in this world of content is one of the best ways to actually do that, right? So that's why we actually make them do that. And it's the same thing whenever you go to our marketplace, you're going to be seeing videos from people that are submitting the thing. So basically, they enter a competition like, I want to sell myself, right? I want to show you that I am the best type of option. So once you set up your ad, you just need to follow exactly what we actually are putting in here. And we're going to be creating a mini training on this, where it has several steps to create your campaign. And that training that we have will allow you to have ads that are like this. There is another one that I wanted to show you guys that we were running for a long time, but then it was shut down because I was telling them right off the bat that they can make, you know, X amount of money, and then Facebook just didn't like it at some point, and then ultimately shut down that campaign. But it was very similar to ads like this one. So I had let's say right in here a picture of our team, telling them that we need business sales, appointment setters, people that ultimately can make over $2,000 a month plus commissions, and they need to be fluent in English. And this worked for a long period of time. And this is how we've been establishing ourselves. One of the ways that we've been establishing ourselves in Latin America. All right. You guys can always copy paste this. We literally told everyone that the salary could be up to $2,000, but then Facebook didn't like it at some point because we were like over promising things. So we needed to remove just the amount of money. And then we needed to tell the amount of money that they would make inside of the funnel, which is inside of that job description that I was telling you right here. So they'll be able to still see it, but not in the ad. Okay. So that ran for a long time. And we also run a lot of videos so that we, we can also show that we are able to pay people a really good amount of money. So here's a video that we did. Obviously, I spoke in Spanish in order to attract Spanish population first, and then I changed the language to English right away. All right, someone asked a question right in here. All right, boom, boom. All right, many you gotta live. All right, no problem.
Yep.
All right, let's keep going.
Let me go back. Let me share my screen, Esteban.
Yes, sir.
All right. Are you guys finding this valuable? There's a lot, and we're not even halfway. Jack told me if this is not 4 hours, I don't want you here. And I was like, all right, dude, chill. So we're not even halfway, but we're gonna give you guys literally everything. A lot of this is steps, so you guys have to actually review this on your own and learn how to do this. There's a ton of YouTube videos. I listed out all the steps here, and so on and so forth. Esteban just showed you guys some of these, and we also have examples on this PDF as well right here. So this is some of the stuff that Esteban actually just showed you. It's one of our workers. This is here in Medellin, Colombia. Ads. One thing about ads, it's split testing, just like anything. It's some things that work better than others. Some things, sometimes you can be aggressive. We've literally had ads shut off because we got too aggressive. We've had people report us because they didn't get hired. We've had crazy experiences because when you're posting ads, you're always, in a sense, you're putting yourself out there, you're putting your company out there, and there's always going to be someone that's not happy because they didn't get hired for whatever reason. So, but imagine with you guys is just, you guys are directly hiring people. We're hiring for our clients, and there's a lot of going through our process, then they have to go through another process. And it's like, we don't just hire everybody and anybody. We want very, very specific people, which is, why we do what we do. That being said, ads is about split testing. So you guys are going to find out really quick. Okay. Videos for me work really good. A picture works really good. A short paragraph, something that directly what I'm looking for. It's about split testing. And then also, what is your budget? What are you guys willing to spend? The cool thing about this is you really don't need to spend a lot of money. I mean, we literally get leads for pennies of the dollar. So you don't need to spend a lot of money. You can spend, even $50. You should get pretty damn good results with $50. But remember, it's not about just results. It's targeted results. And more importantly, high level, qualified, quality people. I don't want 1,000 people to just apply. That means that we're doing something that's too easy. I want 100 people that are high level experience and skilled.
I want to give people like our bonus. And this is something that maybe a lot of people don't talk about, but there's a huge bonus on everything that we're saying, right? Omer showed you guys a few platforms. I showed Facebook ads, but did you guys know that the best employees are the ones that are already working? And how do we get to those people? How do we like take them in from other companies and put them inside of our business? There is a system where you have to do an outreach as well, just like how you cold call, or just how you do SMS blast, or how cold email or whatever. And you get to those people based on lists of other, of contacts that you really want to specifically target. Well, if we know that the best people already, the best employees already working in other top companies, then we got to create a system to get to those top companies and just get to those specific people. This is what we do. And we can you stop sharing real quick?
Yes.
So if we want to really hire the best people right now, they're always going to be working. So that's why, for instance, we have this software that we use called Dripify, right? And Dripify, for example, you can set up a campaign where you can ultimately, let's say, go to LinkedIn Navigator or a LinkedIn search. For instance, you're looking for LinkedIn people, people in LinkedIn. And let's say you want to find in I don't know, in a strong country that has strong work ethic and people ultimately, like, let's say for example Mexico, let's just say, and then you want to find sales representative, right? Sales representatives. Let's just say that. Or it could be just like an executive assistant, whatever, doesn't matter. When we take a look at these filters right here in LinkedIn and we start filtering by now locations, let's just go to Mexico, right? And we show all the results of sales representative. And now we can actually filter down on more, let's just say a specific company. Let's say I want to go to Mexico and only want to be able to talk with those people that work at big corporations. Let's just say a big corporation that trains a lot of salespeople would be Teleperformance. Teleperformance, right in here. Let's just say that they're working in Teleperformance Mexico, and that's a big corporation. Well, now we have people in Mexico that are already trained, they're working for this company, and then we can add even more companies that we know that are going to be great. You will have to do research. This is just one of many. We can literally just choose other companies, and then we can choose this search term right in here that we have already created. And all these people that are in here, there's 43 pages of them, 430 results. And when with this software, we can ultimately just create a campaign where we're actually reaching out to them. And when we reach out to them, it's kind of like this is kind of like let's say a cheat code. When we reach out to them, we're gonna add them up on LinkedIn, and we're gonna send them an email based on the LinkedIn email, and then we're gonna tell them, hey, we have a good opportunity for you guys to come in here. So, for example, right in here, let's say we have a sequence. Someone comes in and we invite these people right in here and we say, hey, I help but noticed your impressive experience in whatever. Your profile truly stands out. I own this company. Are you looking for an opportunity, or do you know anyone interested in a specific opportunity? We're also paying this X amount of money, or like we're looking for someone that is already experienced in X amount. And then this sequence will start another series of sequence, such as like endorsing skills or sending a second message or like checking their profile or like ultimately sending an email. And then all of that, what it does is that it creates an outbound campaign. Then now you're reaching out to that specific search that I just did. And you guys can literally just add on more companies from other top companies in the in other countries and just reach out to them, and hopefully you're gonna get a really small percentage of responses, but the ones that you do get responses on, you're gonna be able to potentially grab them in, right? This is a way to start negotiating from people that are already working in other companies that you know are high performing companies, right? So this way is one of the best ways that you can do an outreach. You can headhunt. Ultimately, it's called headhunting, and it's a game changer because now we're talking with people that are already working, already trained, already experienced, as opposed to people that are only looking for a job, right? These people are not looking for a job. Maybe they do get interested in your opportunity. Okay, that's everything I wanted to say about that.
Sweet. Alrighty, let's keep going. Let's keep going. So some things to avoid. You know, you don't want to be too broad. We talked about this a little bit earlier. This is really with all types of ads, wherever you guys are going, whether you're going on Facebook groups or LinkedIn or Facebook ads. If you are trying to target everyone, you're targeting no one, right? It's almost like I'm actually curious. One thing that I wanted to know: what industries are some of you guys in? Are you guys in marketing agency? Are you guys e-com? Drop the industry you guys are in, because I'm talking a lot of times in marketing agency language. So I'm curious to see what some people
I
are.
I saw commercial flooring, I saw custom home building companies, I saw marketing agency, Chef Marcel Bakery and Kitchen. That's
Nice.
great. That's pretty cool.
I like it.
Reselling
Arbitrage
Amazon
zone,
FBA.
Amazon, legal services, camera rental business. Very cool. Nice media. So all sorts of different businesses, right? The cool thing is, even though literally we just had 5 different industries, completely 5 different ways of you making money. By the end of the day, every single person here wants clients and wants to fulfill those clients and wants to get more clients. That's literally it. That's how we're all gonna win, right? So when you guys, let me share my screen again. When you guys are targeting everyone, you're targeting no one. So don't try to be too broad. Don't skip A and B testing. I was just talking about this, right? And Esteban has mentioned this. You need to make sure you guys have tested A and B, video ad, just a picture ad, something super duper long, something a little bit shorter and more concise. Whatever works, whatever works. Avoid low quality images and videos. You want to look professional, so please don't upload a blurry picture of yourself, and don't overcomplicate the ad copy, right? Use ChatGPT to help you out. That, you know, is one of our favorite tools. And avoid unrealistic promises, please. Esteban talked about this earlier. Don't, if this person cannot make 6 figures, and it's okay, please make sure of that, right? If they can make 6 figures, awesome. Make sure that they don't think they can make $75 million, right? Make it something that is attainable, but also excites them. And also, you know, sometimes people are overqualified for the job, and that's okay. Sometimes people are underqualified, and that's also okay. And you got to ask yourself, what are you genuinely okay with? Don't forget about mobile optimization. That's very important, especially when running ads. Avoid letting your ad run without monitoring. So don't just let it run. Like, check it every day, multiple times a day. And don't ignore negative feedback and comments. Sometimes people, like, this is something that we've done. This is something, one of the reasons some of our ads got shut down is because we were ignoring them instead of responding and giving people faith that we are a real company, because there are a lot of scammers out there, believe it or not. And you know, usually scammers just put something out and they ignore everything. Where if you're a real company, you're not going to ignore certain feedback, so on and so forth. So, in summary, some things here again to avoid. You know, choosing right platform comes third, is because at this point you have identified what you want, you have created a job description, and now you're ready to put yourself out there and put the job out there, and to really create the step-by-step guide for, you know, in order to really find the right person. And that's by going out there and using these platforms, running ads, and doing whatever you can to find the person. And then choosing the right platform, like we've talked about. Like, you guys don't need to use all of these. Like, I would literally, if you guys are recruiting on your own, do not go for all of these. Choose like 2 or 3 options, because these options have so many people. And if you do too much, you're going to do nothing. So choose 2 or 3 platforms, go all in on those platforms, test it out, spend some money, spend time and energy. I mean, this is not an easy thing. If you want to hire elite talent, you're not just going to find them magically, you know, hanging out on Facebook, but you're going to be able to find them on, you're going to be able to either target them. Maybe they are hanging out on Facebook. Maybe they are on LinkedIn, and so on and so forth. So use 2 or 3. We want to give you guys more than just a few options. So that way, if you somehow run out of a billion person platform, you can go into another platform that you can potentially find them on. All right. That's it. That's for number 3. We are now going to number 4, pre-vetting candidates. This is one of Esteban's favorite topics, so I'll let him take it away for pre-vetting candidates part 1.
All right, guys. So, obviously, we need to make sure that whenever people apply, that we identify the people that are really going to actually change the game for your business, right? But not only that, going to be a fit for your actual job, fit for your company, and so on. So, what do we include in an application form? Let's talk about this. Keep going. So, whenever we're talking about application form, we're most likely talking like what we're going to put in our ad to pre-qualify, right? This needs to be not as simple. This needs to be hard enough with good friction enough for people to actually have to put an effort. But for example, we can ask things like how many cold calls you take per day in your previous role, if it's a cold caller type of role. We can ask questions like what tools or CRMs have you used for cold calling, and this gives us an understanding of what they actually have done for that specific role. We can tell them to describe your previous cold calling job, what were your targets, and how did you achieve them. This is an open-ended question that helps us identify more about this specific person and how they answer these questions. And all these questions can actually be asked in a format that is written format, and also in a video format. All right, in both formats. You guys can ask them to answer those in a video format. Go up a little bit. No, go up a little bit. There you go. There's other questions that you can ultimately make them put a little bit more effort. Right now, the way that we do things is when we do video format, we ask them to actually tell us more scenario-based questions, behavioral-based questions. Now we use a software called myinterview.com. And that software literally just tells us exactly how the person looks, how the person responds, especially if it is for a communication high touch based type of role, right? Like a cold caller or an appointment setter or a closer. So we're asking these questions now so that they can answer in the video. Keep going. What would you do? What do you feel about this? How do you handle this situation? Like, you want people to ultimately answer these questions in the application, and you can actually do that through a myinterview.com type of questionnaire, which is video only. Keep going.
So these are a lot of like specific questions, required questions. Again, you can answer this on video or they can do it on written. Then the availability questions.
All right. So we also want to be able to know their availability, know how much they're actually wanting to earn. There's a lot of these questions that you can, if you just follow this PDF, it's just easy to put it together. I'm going to send you guys a link to how a form looks like. So if you just follow this PDF, it's going to be better. Keep going.
Weekend availability as well. That's something important.
Yep.
We prefer people to work that are available on the weekends. I don't need them to work every weekend, right? Go take time, enjoy time with your family. But if there's sometimes that we need you on the weekend, you should be able to work. For some roles, specifically some positions for sure. Not every role is like this.
All right, keep going.
Yeah, you have the home office here. This is a good question here. How do they stay motivated? This is a question I also love asking on the interview. Some of these questions, by the way, you can also ask on the interview, on the interview process, which we'll give you guys some of the interview questions we have. Managing your time is a really good question to ask on an interview. And then here's a cultural fit. These are good questions here. So enjoying most about cold calling, interest in like why are they interested in real estate? Like I mentioned, a lot of this is on real estate. Some of you guys are in trading and legal and other places. Like, why is it something that interests them, right? Maybe some of them are in the learning part of their career, or some of them have already been doing it for the last several years, and they want to continuously grow, and they feel like this is something better for them. Additional tips here for smooth: it's prioritize relevance. So we don't ask every single question on here, guys, and there's certain things that we do ask for specific roles that we don't ask for other roles. There's specific things that we ask for them to make a video about. Sometimes we create a skill test about this, which we'll talk about. Sometimes we ask this on the interview, right? But I need to know, when I hire this person, I need to know that every single question that I had was answered, whether it was done on the pre-vetting part, whether it was done on the skill test part, whether it was done on the interview part, the second interview, so on and so forth. So these are just ideas of what type of questions you guys should ask, what type of requirements you guys are looking for. And again, don't be afraid to ask. Don't try to make this too easy. Sometimes what I've noticed a lot of people before they work with us is a lot of times they interview just to interview. And if you're brand new and you want to practice, sure, whatever. I still wouldn't recommend that, but it's still better than, okay, whatever. But if you've already done interviews, you know what the process is, you know what you're looking for. Don't interview just to interview people. You're literally wasting everybody's time. You know this person's not qualified. Like I have literally had people that failed the skill test, but everything else was perfect. I don't interview them. I've had people that the resume was incredible, but their video was just like, whoa, this person's not it. Would not interview them. I've had people that passed everything in the beginning. I did one interview and then I was like, this person's not it. I don't want to just to interview. I only want to interview people that are the exact fits that I'm looking for. Just like I hope for them, they don't want to interview with any company that hires. Otherwise, they can go work at the grocery store. They're looking for a career here. They're looking to grow. They're looking to improve their life. This needs to be as equally important to them. That's why I also look for, what questions they have for me, which we'll talk about in a bit here. All right, pre-vetting candidates. This is for the resume part 2. So you guys, obviously, every person that you guys are interviewing, you want to make sure that they have a resume they submitted beforehand, right? And you guys get to actually see certain things on their resume, whether it's relevant experience. We know we keep talking about cold calling here, but it could be sales experience, it could be lead management, it could be media buying, whatever the case is. They better have relevant experience to whatever you guys are looking for. Otherwise, why are you guys even talking to this person? We have taken a chance. I'll give you guys an example. Both Esteban and I have hired people in the past that didn't have relevant experience to what we're looking for. Didn't have direct relevant experience, but they had relevant experience. So for instance, they did cold calling, but they never were an appointment setter. They were never a warm caller. So to me, cold calling is way harder than taking inbound leads and just calling my CRM of people that were, applied to work with us in the past or were interested in something of that matter. Cold calling is completely different. I think it's way harder. So even though you weren't doing exactly inbound appointment setting, you did outbound appointment setting, you have some relevant experience. But for instance, if you had zero sales experience, you've never picked up the phone, you've never dialed, you've never closed, you've never sold anything, you've never set appointments, probably don't want to interview you for the role unless I understand in my head that it's going to require a lot of training and time input, which by the way, Alex Mosey said it best, right? You're either rich and you don't have time, or you're broke and you have a lot of time. So if you're not making a lot of money right now, you have a lot of time. So you probably do have some time to train this person, and you want to take a chance on someone. That's okay. Just know what goes into it when you're bringing someone that has no relevant experience whatsoever for whatever you're looking for. Consistency and stability. This is huge, guys. I absolutely can't stand when I look at someone's resume and it literally, I can tell they are bouncing around like they're a hot girl going from bar to bar to bar trying to find a guy to pay for their drinks. I can't stand that, right? I want to see consistency. I really, for me, like less than 6 months is like the absolute bare minimum. I love seeing people that have like 3 years experience, 2 years experience, 5-year experience, right? Especially if they're under the age of like 35, 40. I'm not ages, so we hire of all ages, but if they're a little bit younger, I don't want to see them bouncing around. It gives me like faith in them when I see, wow, this person was there for 2 years and they're there for 1 year and then there for 4 years. It's hard. Remote work, there's so many opportunities, there's so many things you can do. So the tenure here is a little bit different than it was old school, right? A lot of our parents, grandparents, they worked at one job for like 40 years. That is not the case in today's day and age, right? There's much more opportunity today. World is set up differently. There's remote work. So someone to have 20, 30, 40 years experience is not as likely, especially in the remote world, the remote world work, high ticket space, whatever, say real estate investing. So I'm looking for a few years in one company. I want to see stability. It's so important. Do not overlook how long they were looking. Sometimes what people do, I've noticed this, they'll have a resume and they'll list out jobs, but they don't give me timeline. So then I tell them to go back and then to give me timeline, right? And then obviously we can, investigate if you were doing this. And I do recommend for you guys to verify what's being said, right? Like they should give you a reference. If you've worked multiple jobs, you should have a reference. If you have zero reference, that means something is not right. Right? Something is like a little bit off. Like if I look at my job history, there's maybe one place that I've ever worked in my life that would not recommend me, right? I didn't do a good job there. The other 7 places, they loved me. That's an example, right? So verify what people are saying, so they're not just telling you, because otherwise it's probably pretty easy to BS. The next thing is attention to detail. This is so important, guys. On the resume, I want them to give me details. I don't want them to just give me closer for Microsoft. Next thing, give me, what did you do? What was your day to day? I don't need you to give me I don't want them to give me a PDF like this, but I want them to give me attention to detail. I want it to look clean, organized, and structured correctly, right? Chronological order. I want it to look like a professional resume. You can easily see when someone spent some time on a resume versus they just put something together. And those are little things that you guys have to take into consideration, because no matter what role you're hiring them for, attention to detail is very important. Now, there's certain roles that attention to detail is much more important. But to give you an example, with cold caller, I want my media buyer, I want my graphic designer, I want my video editor to have more attention to detail than a cold caller. Yes. But I also want my cold caller to have attention to detail, because when they submit notes, I want to make sure there's proper grammar. I want to make sure they're calling people, everything stays organized. Otherwise, it's a mess. And when you hire messy people, you build a messy business. And guess what? None of us are Lionel Messi. So there's only one Messi in the world, and he's the only one that can be messy. Everything else needs to be clean, organized, and detailed. Okay? Silly, stupid joke. Sorry. That was a very stupid dad joke. All right. Tailored resume, grammar perfection, right? So make sure that it's fully updated. And then red flags, right? So we talked about employment gaps, so they're not bouncing to job. Frequent job changes, again, reiterating this hardcore, and lack of metrics and specifics. So that's very, very prevalent there. So Esteban, you want to talk a little bit about skill tests and personality tests?
Yeah, guys. So I don't know if you guys have ever done this, but we started doing this year, even deeper. And it's very important to do it, because you guys need to understand that this people may appear like they're the right individual in an interview or in the resume, right? And you can't really read minds, you can't really read energy from like just one conversation or two conversations. You may do read some certain things, you're good at reading specific people, but the reality is that we don't know how they learn, we don't know how they think, we don't know how they process the information, we don't know if they're acting. So doing tests that actually understands their personality, that understands their cognitive processing, right? Like how intelligent they are, or how would they react and operate in a specific role, is very important. So we currently do different tests. We do DISC test, all right? We got to make sure that we are understanding whether they are DISC, or like what's a combination, like what's the results that we have in that specific individual. If there is a manager type of position, then we would do other type of tests. Like it's not mentioned here, but there is different tests that we like doing for our management type of roles. We have the predictable success quiz or test that we actually have. I can send you guys a link in here. We also have the Hexaco test that actually is very popular in the corporate world as well. And there is even the predictive index test that helps you identify how this person ultimately operates for specific roles. And there's also the 16 personality test that really helps us identify what type of individual this is, because they may be just putting in an act to say it that way, or just really pretending to be one person. But once you put them into the driver's seat, and if they don't know how to handle that bus, then they're gonna just crash, right? Like there's many times where we've had people literally do really good during the interview, and they prepare really well during the interview, but at the moment of actually putting them inside of the field and actually having to go to war, they absolutely crashed and they couldn't handle it. It was a big mess during the first week, and they quit, or we had to let them go. And it just happens that way. So if you're not able to understand fully whether this person is going to be a specific role fit and personality fit, you guys are going to go through a lot of different people, hire different people, spend a lot of time, spend a lot of energy, resources from your team members, onboarding, giving access, training, meetings, and then that person didn't fit that role. So once you know that, and we make them go through challenges, now we're going to find a specific person. Now, there's other roles, like more technical roles or like higher level roles, where you definitely want to have tests. You don't want to hire a developer without actually giving them a test on a specific language or programming language. If your developer cannot pass the JavaScript test and the challenges that makes them think and go through, let's say, a 1 hour, 2 hour test, then probably, even though it's a really great person and they seem to know what they're doing, they may not be able to actually fully grasp the speed, the pace, and the prerequisites or the requirements about that role, and will not give you the results that you want. So doing tests that evaluate based on the role is very important. Okay. Another
Yeah.
thing that we like doing in sales, like you can talk, we can talk about that skill test in sales, for example, Omer.
So the sales, one of the things that we do with sales skill tests, there's two. One, we do a personality test. I think that's important. That's really important for any role. But with sales skill tests, the best thing that we found, because I've tested a lot of different things, is doing a role play and giving them a little bit of preparation. But I like to do a two-part role play. One part where they're not prepared, another part where they're prepared. Let me explain. And we'll dive into the interview part here in a minute. But on the first part, when I interview a salesperson, I want them to pitch me on their previous product. So, hey, you're a salesperson or even an appointment setter, pitch me or set an appointment with me as if I was a dentist, if I needed legal advice, whatever the case may be. And then when I do a part two interview, I do a role play with them, learning about our company, our product, our service, whatever the case is. And I want to see how they would pitch based on what they learn about us, which requires them to do research and then actually being good at sales. If you're good at sales, you're going to be able to sell freaking recruiting services, legal services, marketing services. It doesn't matter. Sales is sales. Okay. So those are things that I've tested, and that's worked really well when it comes to sales or appointment setting. All right. Cool. Let's dive into pre-betting candidates part 3, which is now the video review. So we talked a little bit about this, but I wanted to actually create a whole section because really this is arguably the most or one of the most important parts of the vetting process. We showed you guys earlier on the form that people are filling out for them to, they're literally submitting a video with us. And to me, the video means a lot, right? Is the person taking a video from their phone? Or is he taking a video from the computer? Are they actually spending time giving me information, but they're not rambling on and yapping for 5 minutes? Or are they making it really quick and short and give me 10 seconds? I don't even know this person, is nothing about them, right? I'm looking for very specific reasons for specific roles when it comes to the video. So here's an example. My cold callers, salespeople, appointment setters, client-facing people, so account managers, client success managers, I need them to sound crystal clear. I need them to have good English. I need them to have good tonality. I need them to have charisma and energy. I don't really care if a video editor doesn't have those things. Of course, I want them to have good English, but I don't care if my video editor is like, oh, blah, 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 right? I don't care about that because they're editing videos. They don't need to be that. Hell, it's probably better than if they're not that. It's probably better for them to be introverted and focusing more on editing videos, right? Or a media buyer. I don't need them to do that, right? You need to ask yourselves, what are the most important things you're looking for when it comes to the role itself? So when it comes to sales and client-facing things, it's the charisma, energy, English, tonality, right? When it comes to media buying or, maybe a data person or a web designer, or Esteban talked about a developer. Well, it's cool if they're charisma, if they're extroverted, but I think that people are a little bit more introverted, a little bit more nerdy, that maybe it's hard for them to explain themselves, but they're much more analytical and logical, and it's hard for them to just say what they're thinking. That's okay. I can also see that through a video, right? So there's certain roles that the video is, man, it's a make or break. With there's certain ones, we've literally hired people with some of the video was like so bad, but they didn't need to do a video. Like not necessarily they need it, but they need to be good on the video because that they're not client facing. The only time they're on video is during a meeting with me or a meeting with a team. Okay, so obviously we talk about introducing the person, explaining why they're a good fit, sharing relevant experience. We talk about cold calling here, but it could be for any skill of the matter. One of the things that we do, this is a ginormous game changer, and I hope to God you guys start doing this ASAP. But when you do a video, they must share their screen, go to speedtest.net, and literally show me their internet. This is pretty good internet, right? 254 megabytes. The upload could be a little bit better, but this is functional. Like this is beyond functional. They can be on Zoom calls and edit videos all day. We have literally disqualified people that were not able to upgrade their internet. Like they have like 5 megabytes per second and then 3 upload speed. It's like you're going to run into so many issues if they're in an area that they're just unfortunate. It's an unfortunate area. So this is going to save you guys so much headaches in the future because you're going to be able to see, oh my gosh, this person actually has good internet versus not having good internet. Remember, the video is not supposed to be too long. I'd say a few minutes to 4 minutes. Esteban talked about that earlier. And then closing remarks, right? Is there anything else I need to know about? I love asking them like why we should hire you, what makes you guys different, so on and so forth. And then, like I said, what to look for in a video submission. Obviously, clear communication, right? English verbal communication. Some people, again, you guys are hiring Latin America, you're hiring in the Philippines. Do they need to have the best English in the world, or do they not? If it's a cold caller, freak yes, they need to have incredible English, almost perfect. If it's a media buyer, well, as long as if their written English is good and they can communicate with me good on the video, I don't really care if they have a super heavy accent. They're not talking to clients ever. So keep that in mind. Professionalism, right? Again, if someone's taking, I've literally had this, guys. I'm not joking. So as Esteban, we've had people send us videos from bed shirtless. Insane, like literally insane. Like, what are you doing? I can't believe that you're doing this. If they're even taking a video with a phone, I'm not a big fan. I prefer it on the computer, but I know sometimes they have much better quality on their phone than their computer, right? Another thing is quality, right? Another thing is background check. How are they dressed? How do they look? Did they get a haircut, or they just like they look like they don't look like they're they look like they haven't worked in a long time. So these are things that you have to look for, because when they start working with you, a lot of these things are going to be a lot more in your face, and because you decided to ignore them, or they were not important to you for whatever reason, now they're in your face, and now you're like, man, how did I oversee all this stuff? How did I overlook them? Not their video was not good at all, and I hired them to be a client-facing role. I overlooked this, right? So professionalism is a really, really big part about that. Like I said, dress appropriately, presenting themselves, so on and so forth, and personality fit. Guys, energy is everything. This to me is everything. I literally, especially in the beginning, I've hired people based off energy and experience, like literally. And I still do. I mean, a lot of it is energy, right? Especially specifically for sales driven positions, but even not, like we have like a lot of our positions, we have 3 developers that work for us. A lot of people are not client facing. I still need them to have an energy that I can work with, and energy that, just a good person, a good energy. Now, of course, you don't know if they're a good person until they work with you. And even then, I still don't know. They're remote. Some of these people I may never see or not see for a long time, but energy it tells you a lot, right? And you can tell a lot about energy by, through as they go through the process, as they submit the video. And of course, once you interview them and have certain assessments about, their character and so on and so forth. Ability to handle rejection. So this is a really good one for, of course, when you are hiring salespeople or even appointment setters and so on and so forth. And then some tips here, things to ask for, the requirements that they need to be aware of, assess their process, look for adaptability and range. And then again, red flags to look out for. And again, final tip is just know the role you're looking for, what type of video should you expect. And this is a big part. Like I literally wanted to spend time talking about this because we literally qualify and disqualify people a lot of times because of their video. It's not the only thing, but there's certain roles where for sure the video is a big differentiator for us. So again, lack of confidence, unpreparedness, poor communication skills, lack of enthusiasm. Like you guys gonna understand what you're looking for. All right, almost done with the section. So why preventing comes next. Okay, so we talked about identifying the role. We talked about the job description. We talked about the platforms. Now we're talking about the pre-vetting, right? So now you're having people like going through the process. You want to make sure you're not having to interview everybody. You want to interview specific people rather than to interview everyone. Okay, you're in the business of time, and you're in the business of building a team that can help you save a lot of time. So how you don't save time is interviewing everybody and their mom, right? So there's a lot of ways to automate this process with application forms. And we use, like, for instance, Go High Level and ClickUp, making the video short and sweet and making sure that it's detailed enough where it's not too short and it's not too long. Screening questions, having career guidelines. And then last but not least, I love the number 5, but I like to keep it between 3 to 5. So once you have gone through this process, you've gone this far, you then want to select top 3 to 5 people. You don't want to do 10 to 20, 30, 40 interviews, right? You're doing something wrong at that point, unless you're just practicing and, God bless you for doing that. But you want to select top to 3 to 5 people to move them to the next process, which is going to be interviews. Okay. So these are people that did not just do one thing good, but their resume, their video, the questions they answered. You guys on your end know exactly the role you're looking for. You've identified everything. This person's detailed. This person, based on everything they've submitted and everything you've seen that they have done for you, matches what you're looking for. those are the people you're not submitting. Now, if someone doesn't have that, maybe their video is not good enough, maybe their resume is not good enough, whatever the case may be, then you have to ask yourself, do you want them to resubmit something? Like, we've had people resubmit a video. Like, if someone seems really good on everything and their video was not very good, maybe they were rushed, maybe we needed the video within like the same day, I'll give them a chance to redo the video. Like, we're not freaking Nazis here, like letting people have one shot and we kill them, right? We want to make sure people have a fair chance. We want to make sure that we select the right people, right? And sometimes people make mistakes and it's okay, right? Don't just disqualify. I would say majority of people are going to disqualify themselves, just so you guys know, because they're not going to submit a video. They're not going to answer questions. Their resume sucks. They have no energy. But there's certain people that if you ask them to redo something, they'll redo it and you'll be like, holy shit, this is much better. Well, yeah, duh. Well, dude, I was traveling. I was with my family. I didn't have a computer. You asked me to submit a video, right? So just be cognizant of that. Have an understanding that you're still dealing with human beings and people come from different parts of the world. They have different circumstances. And a lot of that alludes to them and how they submit a lot through the process that you guys have. So keep that in mind. Now, the fun part starts. Just kidding. All of it's been fun. All right. So we talked a little bit about this, but I wanted to really dive into skill tests and personality tests because I think someone was like, wait a second, we did not talk more about this. So I'm gonna let him talk more about the skill tests and personality tests because we really, really honed this thing. Like he said, this year we've been doing really skill test and personality test the last few years, but I think this year we really took it to the next level, learning from a lot of our mentors and 7-8 figure entrepreneurs. And yeah, Esteban, take it away with skill test, personality test.
Yeah, I mean, like, we have to find the right platform. Like right now we use Gorilla Test to actually identify certain personalities of them. Like Gorilla Test has a few tests already included in their platform. Literally everything that they do is just doing testing. Like, it's called gorillatest.com. Is that correct, Amir?
Gorilla testing. I can add that in here because most of the time what I've noticed is recruiting companies or companies that are people that are hiring at scale use them, where usually you could be well off with just like a disc assessment or PI index and other platforms. From my understanding, gorilla testing is when you're interviewing a lot of people. So you're either a recruiting company or you're hiring a lot of people at once. So gorilla testing could be pretty good, but I can look into it more for you guys and get back on that.
But at the end of the day, things like this you need to ultimately have, because if you are thinking about growing your company, you need to have a mindset of always be hiring. Just like you always be needing to get clients, you always have to have an always be hiring type of mindset, right? So ABC and ABH, right? Always be hiring, because once you start understanding that your business growth will depend on only talent, as your revenue grows, and then potentially product changes or gets better, you do there's different type of market shifts, or you just start expanding in size, you just need to hire better. That's what's gonna allow people that, let's say, if you have three B players that can do three different jobs, but you have one A plus player that can do at least two of those jobs that those B players used to do, then that means that you're not only saving time, you're only saving resources, but you're also going to be more effective at the moment of getting results for your company, growing your company. And then this is why we always need to be hiring, always be looking for the next rock star. Like, I always go outside and let's say if I travel outside the United States, or even I travel in the United States, I'm always looking for talent. I'm always partially interviewing just to see if there's someone that could fit that specific role. And at the same time, I'm always having recruiters in a green light, or just having a recruiter prepaid, or even internal sourcers or recruiters that we have internally to always be looking for talent, because we need to build out a list of highly potential talented people, and they need to do this testing just so that we can identify them real fast, right? So testgorilla.com works really well. There's other ones that are more expensive, such as the PI index. That's another one, the predictive index testing. That's another one that actually identifies cognitive testing. So predictiveindex.com. And that's how we're going to ultimately hire the best people in our company, right? Like we're going to be able to use this test to identify what's wrong with them and what's right with them. If your guts are right, if the entire interview process looks good, and then you do this test and something is wrong, then we need to really know how to identify those things in the interview process, right? All right, keep
So
going, Dan.
I want to just give one thing about this. So there's a few testings that if you guys wanted them to, like, if you're looking for something specific, we talked about this earlier. Like, you need someone to have real estate experience. You need someone that has law firm experience. You need someone that has HVAC experience. Then you want to create a skill test that has to do with them knowing the industry, right? And you wanted to make sure that they're not cheating the system by going to ChatGPT, right? So it's a tricky part because 3 years ago you can create a test and they would have to do research and so on and so forth. Now you can go to ChatGPT and ChatGPT literally can answer everything. So maybe there's specific things about your business and how you operate that they need to know. But you got to ask yourself, is this a non-negotiable? Let me explain. If this person is incredible about every single thing that you guys need them to do, except knowledge on your industry, is this truly a deal breaker? Can you really not teach them anything about your industry? Or is it like, look, I don't have any time. I have family, I have kids, I have another job, I have this business and that business. I don't have time. I need them to come in and day one, know this industry. All good. That's fine. Just ask yourself if you're willing to sacrifice talent for that, because you will, right? That's something that a lot of people overlook a lot of times because, and I tell this to our clients, I'm like, hey, are you willing to sacrifice talent for someone to have experience and knowledge in this specific industry? And if they do, we're not going to send them bottom barrel people, but they have to be okay with knowing that, hey, some of the people that are A players, they're not A players in your industry. But to me, an A player that sold, like, again, we like to reference sales, an A player that sold solar, and then an A player that sold medical devices is probably going to be an A player selling other services or products. It's probably, like, odds are for that. The problem is when they're not an A player at selling anything, and then they come in to your company, and then now they have to learn how to do that, and that's really a whole different ball game. Role specific tests. So one of the things that we've done with video editing, for instance, we would give like a short video for someone to edit. Usually not like it's usually like not even a minute, because usually a minute takes them like an hour and a half, sometimes an hour to do, but like a 20-second clip. I want to see how they edit. I'll give them an example of what they want to edit. I want to make the test challengeable but achievable. So I want to make it it's challenging, but it's achievable, right? I don't want to make it a Harvard test that you have to go and graduate and get an A+ to get to Harvard. I'm not looking for that, right? I'm looking for someone that the biggest thing with skill tests and personality tests, that actually the first thing that I look for, same with Esteban, is we want to eliminate laziness. Like, we want to eliminate people that are clearly lazy and they have no attention to detail and they're just going to do it, and it's awful. Those are the first people, because if you're lazy, you're not even going to get through that part. And then number two, then we want to look more for the people that are skilled, then people that have the right experience, and so on and so forth. Esteban, you want to dive into some of the personality tests that we've done? I know, for instance, we use DISC assessment, but I was doing some research and I found a few other personality tests that some of these people can use here.
Yeah, I mean, let me go ahead and show you guys a few only personality tests, let's say. All right, let me dive into this. So here, for instance, so I have a few ones right in here that we actually use. A lot of you guys are very familiar with DISC, but there's other ones that I actually like, understanding managers, leader roles. I like this test because, one, is very easy to understand the results that this is telling us. So it's a predictable success leadership styles quiz. So there's different type of leaders, right? And whenever you're hiring a leader, which you should be hiring leaders regardless, whatever type of role you are, you should be able to make them go through this quiz, and then ultimately you would understand what type of leader there is. I believe there is a processor, there's a systemizer, there's a visionary, and there is an operator. So because it's very important for your company to know where you want to put specific roles, what roles are for specific people, you want to make them go through different challenges. So here, for example, let's say here, I'm going to start taking a quiz, and it's going to take me through an entire journey. And at the end of the day, It's going to give me an understanding if I'm a systemizer, I'm a processor, I'm an operator, or I'm a visionary. And it tells us the description of the type of person you are based on how they currently think of things and how they react to things, how they lead of things. That's one of the ways that I find leadership. Another test is that I do is ultimately the crystallizer test. And this is actually something that talks about in the Rocket Fuel book. And I hope that you guys know what I'm talking about, because Rocket Fuel is another book it also comes from the EOS system that I talked about from Traction. And this crystallizer assessment helps you identify whether the person that you're hiring is more of a visionary or an integrator. And especially if you're hiring high level roles, or especially if you see an opportunity on even having an employee be part of the grand scheme of the vision. And like, for example, we made our employee that we gave them a portion of the company go through this test, right? And it helps us identify, are they an integrator? Are they more of a visionary? And usually a lot of entrepreneurs are more of the visionaries than integrators, and it's hard to find integrators. So this test ultimately helps us identify this even more. So once you go through the crystallizer test, it helps us know whether one person is an integrator or a visionary. Once you read Rocket Fuel, it also help you identify whether you are a visionary yourself or an integrator. Again, I've seen the majority of people are visionaries and they need integrators. And if you're a large visionary as a business owner and you hire a lot of integrators, that's really good for you. Now, they don't need to be your partners, but they can definitely be high level workers, right? And it make this do this test to our operations manager, our team lead, our recruiter manager, and so on, so that we understand where they are right now, right? Another test that we actually like, you guys might actually laugh at this, but it's gonna be the love language test. Why do we do this? Whenever you do a love language test with employees, you at the end of the day, you learn to identify how people get loved or appreciate things. And if you understand that people have different love languages and you put that into their profile, once you hire them, then you're gonna know how to recognize them, how to make them get more motivated. If some people would prefer gifts, some people would prefer praise, recognition by words. Some people would prefer that we actually are with them along the way, quality time, quality meetings, being there, helping them go through the ropes, right? And this helps us identify each employee and how we're going to go about this. One of the worst things that we can do as leaders is not understand how we motivate our team members. And if we don't understand how to motivate our team members, and we don't know how to praise, we don't know how to give recognition, and we don't know how to reward, then we're going to have team members that are going to become unsatisfied, because not everyone actually gets loved the same way. They don't get appreciated the same way. Some people need words. Some people need a gift. Some people need a reward. Some people need money. Some people need just better culture and time together as a team member, right? So it's very important that you guys actually do that. I think those are the ones that I wanted to go through.
Sweet. Cool. Awesome. So why do we skill test before? I think it's pretty obvious. Like we mentioned, we want to challenge people. We want to make sure we're interviewing the people that went through the process. They didn't just submit a video and a resume, but they actually took it a step further and they submitted a skill test and a personality test. We have evaluation about them, and we get to find out a lot of different things about them. And then, of course, you guys can score a skill test. We actually, I'm going to give Jack to share with the community some resources. One of them is a scorecard that covers a lot of different ways to score the skill test. So it's not a random. So it's not like an emotional test, right? You want to make decisions on data, not emotions. And a lot of times it's very hard to do so, especially when you're new in business, because a lot of times it's a feeling that got you to where you are today and the feeling that got you to start a business. But the feelings can get you where you want to go to. Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk are not there because of their feelings. They're there because of data and everything that they've been able to build through their vision and through hiring the right team and partnerships and so on and so forth. Okay. Scoring personality test, same thing. So you want to look for certain traits. To be honest with you guys, personality test is very important. We always do it, but I don't overscore personality tests. I don't. This is probably the one that I put the least amount of. Um, if you look at it, if there's 100% effort into qualifying someone, one of the least ones that I do is a personality test, because one thing that we found out personality test is how I submit a personality test today. I do the same personality test tomorrow at night. I might get a different score or I might get a different result. So just keep that in mind. It is important for them to do it. You'll find certain characteristics about the person, but it's not nearly as relevant as a skill test, as the resume, as the video, as the questions they answered. And of course, now we're about to get to the interview part, and to the interview. Should you give a second chance to people? I think so. Depends on what that second chance is. Because if it was super lazy, we would not even look at them twice. But if you can tell, like, hey, if they give you a reason their video wasn't done very good, or they were rushed to do a skill test, they had a family emergency, things like that, you want to give them a second chance. But if it's something that's like clearly they could care less, they had all the time in the world and they just didn't do it, I would not give this person a second chance, right? So just keep that in mind. And obviously, we just talked about this. It's coming. You want to do this before the interview, so that way you get clear understanding about the person. And we talked a lot about Test Gorilla here, and just making sure when you go into the interview, you feel you're pumped, like you're pumped, you're fired up. Like I look sometimes I review skill test, and it gets me like excited. I'm like, dude, this person did so freaking good. Like the last person I hired internally, which was my executive assistant a couple months, she crushed her skill test that I couldn't wait to interview her. I literally moved times around just to interview her, because I was like, she overdid what I wanted to do, which is one thing I want you guys to look for. We talked a little bit about people being lazy and undercutting it and not doing the skill test the right way, but we didn't talk about what happens when they go above and beyond. Right? What happens when you give them a skill test and they go, man, I'm gonna go do more. You asked me to do a spreadsheet with all these numbers. I'm gonna create this, but I'm also gonna give you data and charts and this and this and this. I love that. So look out for people that also go above and beyond, because they're trying to show you they're the right fit without telling you that, but by showing you that, which is very important because talk is cheap. All right. So clear scoring system, speed, accuracy, research, and then onboarding and training. We'll cover this in a different section, which is going to come into it. So now selection. So they've gone through the entire process. Now it's about selecting the best people for the interviews, for what you're actually going to you're almost at the finish line here. But now selecting top five. Like I said, top five. I know people that do more, that are much more successful than me. I also know people that do less, that are more successful than me. We found the number that works great for us is the 3 to 5 number. But keep in mind that 3 to 5 with me and Esteban is because they've already gone through the process and they've gotten interviewed with our team before they get interviewed by the quote unquote final boss, which I'll talk about here in a second. Efficiency, time management. Obviously, you don't want to interview. A lot of people sit there and on interviews all day. That's absolutely crazy. Again, data-driven decision making that saves you time. Avoid falling in love with one candidate. Man, me and Esteban, it's something that I've called him out on it. He's called me out on it. It's so funny because we've hired so many people. We've helped so many of our clients scale with hiring people. And the thing that him and I still at times struggle with is falling in love with the candidate, because they literally seem so perfect on paper. And this happened to us every year. It happens to us, and I'm sure it happens to all sorts of companies. And I'm telling you guys, do not fall in love with one candidate, right? You want to keep a closer eye on a candidate and give them attention, and obviously interview them, and maybe they're at the top of your list, sure, but don't fall in love with them where you're disqualifying everybody else and you're not interviewing anyone. Don't fall in love with them when the interview or the process that they went through is different than somebody else goes through. So keep that in mind, because man, we've made the mistake of literally falling in love with a person. We're hyped about them. We have this crazy expectation, and then literally a month or two later, they're not here anymore. It has happened. It's happened to our clients as well, and something that I want you guys to avoid. Be open to interviewing more candidates if necessary. So like I said, top to 3, 5 is great. But man, if you feel like it just did not hit the mark and none of them just are what you're hoping for whatever reason, interview more people. Maybe do another top 3 to 5. That has happened to us. That I like the top 3 to 5, but if they were not good enough, I'm not just gonna hire the person that I'm like about. I need to feel excited about them, right? Because you guys know when you hire someone, they're excited. They're telling the family and friends, I'm starting a new job. Let's go. This is great. You need to feel the same about them. If you're not excited onboarding them, you're not excited training them, you're not excited showing up for them, you're hiring the wrong person. It's just like I make some weird comparisons, guys, so hopefully you don't judge me. But it's just like going on a date and the girl's just, or the guy's just not impressive. They're not all what you were hoping for. Your odds of you going on a second date is very low, right? Why would you go on that second date? It's the same thing here, right? Why would you have someone go through the process? They're not impressing you. You have zero connection to them. It's like, I have a quote that I love telling people. It's, if you do not vibe with them, do not tribe with them. Don't have them in your tribe. And it's okay, because maybe somebody else will. Somebody else is going to get along with them. Somebody else is looking for that type of talent, experience, so on and so forth. Okay, so 3 to 5 is my favorite number, but I'm not going to die by that number. That's just what I hope for. Consider all aspects of hiring process, right? So make sure that you go through everything that we just went through and create your own version of that. So that way you guys can interview the best people. How to select the top 5. Obviously, you're going to review their complete candidate profile. You're going to make sure they've done everything correctly. You're going to prioritize core compensation, core competencies, which is communication, their task management, attention to detail. Obviously, use a test result as a filter. So we talked about skill test, personality test. Always best communicators. These people just win. When someone is over communicating, they're messaging me, they're emailing us. They're hungry. They want to be a part of this. I love those people. Why would I want an over communicator? One of the struggles of remote work, out of all the benefits, we get to work all over the world. We get to hire all sorts of people. We get to build a business anywhere. We get to have international clients. Incredible, blessed, love it. Thank you, God. But you know what sucks is delaying communication. That sucks. You know what's much easier? Walking into an office. Hey, Jim, can you check your email? Hey, Sarah, I sent you a task. Can you complete it? Much easier than having to Slack someone or message them on another platform and so on and so forth, right? So I look for the best communicators, because if you're a great communicator, I can build up from everything else. And this is a very underrated and very overlooked skill and requirement that people have. They could care less about a communicator, and then they complain when they hire someone. There's a delay in communication. They send a message 2-3 hours later, they get a response back. There's always a delay. Keep in mind, remote work, there's already a delay. We're sort of in a delayed business, because if someone is building the same thing that we are building and they're all together at all times, there's an advantage there. There's an advantage, right? Their disadvantage is that they can't hire certain people around the world. But their advantage is they get to work together at all times, every single day together. That is an advantage. I hate admitting it, but it is an advantage. So just something to keep in mind. Always look for the best communicators. Another couple things here. After completing all the pre-vetting, they need to complete everything. Like, don't have them skip certain things. Oh, this person's great. He didn't want to submit a video. Oh, this person's great, but didn't want to submit a resume. No, that's unacceptable, right? What is your process? They need to complete everything in your process. There should not be any people, even if you know them personally, that skip certain steps. That's unacceptable. When there's sufficient data to compare. So obviously you want to make sure that if you only have one person, you can't really compare it. But when you have 5 people, you can compare resumes and videos and experiences and skills and tests and so on and so forth. Here's a few ways to rank people, right? So you can actually give them like certain points, and then you can let's say there's 10 people that applied, you only want 5 of them. You can give them a scoring system right here based on this point metric system, and then boom, send it in, and then add up the points. And this is just a way. I don't personally do this, but I found some people that have done a point system similar to this. And obviously you can go off of your gut feeling based on what you see and everything that you evaluate in order to actually make the decision. Prioritize most critical skills, and then eliminate candidates below the threshold. Do not interview people just to interview them. I keep saying this because I really want it to stick in. Selecting top candidates, 5 candidates is next, because they've already gone through the process, and now you're basically ready to interview people to see who's going to be part of your company and whose journey you're going to be part of, right? Because it's not just about you and your company, it's also about where they're at in their life and their journey and whatever they're wanting to achieve. Okay, this has to be a win-win relationship. You guys can see I hope you guys are seeing this, because one of the things that Esteban and I have done a really good job at is we hire people for the benefit of our company. 100%. The company always comes first. But we also hire people and we want to help them achieve whatever it is they want to achieve, right? Maybe it's get married and have family. I'm not going to help them necessarily with directly that, but by financially helping them, they can get those goals. Maybe it's travel, maybe it's buying a house, whatever the case is. I want to be able to be a part of their journey, just like they're part of our journey, right? One of my favorite quotes is, you give people everything they want, you're going to get everything back. and more, something along those lines. I'm probably messing that quote up, but you guys get the point, right? If I give everybody everything they want in my team and I help them achieve everything, they're going to help me achieve everything, because there's no way they're achieving something and my company is just suffering, right? Because if they're hitting their goals, they're hitting the KPIs, they're helping us grow. It's a win-win-win partnership right there. So you can streamline this. You can completely streamline this process, but also be very cognizant about the people you're choosing. And then again, quick checklist before we move to the last section is to review everything, rank the candidates, make sure you're finding the people that are best, that they are literally the best fits for the company, culturally, skillfully, with experience, and most importantly, there's a need for them, and there's a clear hole in your company because you don't have X doing Y. All right, so Esteban, let's dive into conducting the first interview.
All right. I just want to know exactly how many people here feel like they keep hiring the wrong people, and then you find yourself just having to fire people quickly or having headaches and so on. Press number one, give me number one. And if you have this feeling every time that you hire people and that you just wasted your time, wasted a lot of energy, you get angry because like this person sucks. Like press the number one in the chat. I want to really get to have a feeling of how many people have done this and continuously doing it. All right. All right. Jack said that he has hired wrong people in the past. Okay. If you guys are in business, you guys understand that the reason why you're not getting clients is probably because they're not sold in you. You're not able to attract them, you're not able to close them, and ultimately onboard them so that they can pay you guys, right? Well, it's the same thing with your team members. If we're not able to attract the right type of team members, if we're not able to close the right of team members, we're just going to keep actually letting garbage go through the company, right? Letting garbage go through, and that is something that we shouldn't allow at all. And the interview process, regardless of how many tests we do, it's going to be one of the most crucial times that we gotta take care of our company. Like we gotta protect our company. We're the ultimate protector, right? So Kelina said that you need to replace. We need to ultimately have different type of interviews that sometimes it may take one or two or sometimes three interviews to do it. You can always compress your interviews into 30-minute interview where you're evaluating cultural and skills, right? You're evaluating culture fit and you're evaluating skills fit or technical knowledge fit, right? And the first interview ultimately helps you assess where this person is at. And I want to have a good sense of where this person is at by ultimately knowing either, and this would ultimately depend on what role you're actually doing, but I want to know that they are a fit logistically, that they actually are a fit in terms of salary, in terms of actually wanting to work, in terms of actually fitting the right company, that they're applying for the right company and for the right role, and this is the role that they actually want. And I want to be able to ask open-ended questions about these things. Now, we want to evaluate soft skills too by making sure that they can communicate well, that they can put their, get their message across, that ultimately help us identify whether this person is going to be able to have a good communication with the team, that they're going to be able to really express themselves and ultimately fit what the company is looking for. Keep going down. So we actually have a template on how to do an interview, and it's just a few steps that we got to do. And like, I'm going to drop the template in here because depending on the role, you want to be able to do different type of questions. I don't know if we have the template right here in this document, but I want to be able to I want to be able to add this. Do we have that documented right in here, Amir?
I can. I'm not sure. There's this interview questions and guide. Let's see.
Yes, those are questions that we can ask, but there's literally like like a script, kind of like a framework that we can always have. I'm just gonna
Are you
put
talking
it
about
here,
this?
drop it here in
The guide,
comments.
the one that we created, the checklist and all that.
Oh
This.
yeah, this is great.
This is
This
an
is great.
entire guide for the interview.
I'm going to drop here a screening process that we have that is proven to literally work. It's basically like a sales process where you're doing a discovery call and then you're doing a closing call for clients, but it's literally just for interviewing. Dropping it here in the comments, right in there. Boom. So this talks about how we're able to go into the first interview. We want to be able to connect with this person, and don't forget that we're humans, right? We gotta be able to set the agenda of how this conversation is gonna go and find a fit, whether that's a logistical fit, skills fit, and then at the end we want to be able to ask questions based on the cultural core values that you have, so that we understand how they operate, right? This is what we got to be able to do during the interview process, and in during that doc, it's going to help us identify because there is a step-by-step process on how to do it. Keep going down. All right. There is, depending on the situation or depending on the job role that you have, we want to be able to ask questions as if they already have had the role before and you know those questions more than anyone. So if it is a cold collar job and someone starts being very angry or starts shouting at that person, we want to be able to ask open-ended questions, but like what happens if someone starts becoming angry, and what's your first reaction and how would you handle it? Right? So that we understand what type of problem solving skills they have, how they adapt, how they ultimately act towards certain scenarios, and how they behave, and what is their response if they're able to express themselves in a way that it shows us how they would operate during those scenarios, and it's the right way of conducting themselves. Then we probably are going to identify whether what their experience that they have is something that they have actually applied and learned, or that is just something that they have been in the job and really not being the best at that job. So when we do scenario-based questions, behavioral-based questions, we'll know what their thought process is. Keep going on cultural fit questions. All right, cultural fit questions. I love asking these questions because we just need to ask questions based on core values. So you have your list of 5 to 10 core values. Let's just say you have 3 core values, 5 core values. You just need to create questions based on your core value. If your core value is always accept excellence, then how do we create questions based on always accept excellence or only accept excellence? Let's say it's your core value. Well, if you want people that only want to do excellent things, then all right, tell me about tell me about um, how do you finish projects, and what do you make sure that you do if there is a incomplete project, or you can literally go to ChatGPT and ask questions like, give me a series of questions based on these core values that will help me identify with this person is going to be a right fit, right? What are one of our core values, Amir, that we ultimately have? Let's say, for instance, always be learning, right?
Yeah.
Or, well,
Kaizen.
Kaizen, right? Being 1% better every day. And if we want to ask a question based on that core value, what would it be? Well, tell me, how do you learn things? When was the last time that you actually learned something? Teach me something that you learned recently. Um, tell me, what do you do in your day to day or in your free time that actually makes you be on top of the game? Or how do you stay on top of the game? These are questions that literally will tell us exactly what you're doing. So, for example, if they're learning every day, they're probably watching a podcast. They're probably watching some sort of book, like they're reading a book or an audio book. They're probably watching a YouTube video. They're having courses. They're going to seminars, whatever. Like, or they're just like role playing with others that are asking a lot of questions, and you'll identify that that core value is the right fit for your company, right? Because they are telling you exactly that they are learning every single day. And if they give you an answer that is specific for that specific culture that you were looking for, then you're ultimately getting closer to hiring the right person. All right, keep going. All right. So here's the guide. You guys can always download that guide on interview questions that you guys can actually ask. It's going to be located in the link. It's just a Google Doc that we have created and that we use in order to help our clients just become better at the interview process. Because again, it's kind of like doing an entire sales process, but in this case, it will be an interview process. All right. Section 3, when to conduct the first interview. Um, I think you wrote this, Omir, right? And I think we already covered this a little bit more. Before.
Yes. We just talked a little bit about valuing the people. A lot of this stuff we were just regurgitating on how to do it. And then why conducting the first interview is next. Obviously, we've gone through the process. We picked the top 5 people. Some things to consider here, tips, to streamline introduction, skill, cultural fit, when to conduct, evaluate next steps. Like, you guys want to make sure that you're doing this right. In the interview guide that we're going to give you guys, it breaks this out in a much more detail, because that was interview part 1. We actually have a second part interview. So what Esteban and I have done with us is actually a little bit more than just 2 parts. But with most business owners, when you don't have a big team, you're just hiring your first few people, you're hiring your first person, we highly recommend doing at least 2 interviews with each people you like. So let's just say you pick top 5 people. Out of the 5, you really like 3. Those 3 people need to be interviewed 2 times. The way we like to do it is that the first interview needs to focus more about the job itself, the skill needed, the requirements, the day-to-day. The second interview is more cultural, right? A more cultural interview. What are their goals? Talking about the core values and really feeling like this person is actually going to be a match, because now you spend some time with them, you got to know them. Now I want to actually get to know you one step further, right? I want to know a little bit more about your certain goals. And one of the things that we do, because we have the team that we have now, we have a team that interviews people internally before they interview us. So usually they are the ones that cover the day-to-day. They're the ones that are going to be training them and dealing with them on a regular basis. Esteban and I focus more on the future of the company. We focus on the person's future as well. And we try to identify the cultural gaps and the cultural, the culture, not just gaps, but also the cultural relevancies that we are looking for within this person. So it's very important. A lot of people just do like they'll interview a couple people once and then they'll just pick someone. Like, you should be doing at least 2 interviews with every person you like, no matter how you guys want to do it. Sometimes the second interview is a role play. The entire interview is just a role play interview. That's okay. Sometimes you start with a cultural interview and you get to know, a little bit about how this person would fit. And then your next one would be more about their skill, experience, and so on and so forth. It doesn't matter which way you do it. What matters is actually doing the 2-part interview, evaluating everything, addressing specifics, building rapport. This is a very similar thing. One advice I have on this is, when you interview a person in one day, in during the day, let's say like 12 p.m., the next day I want to interview them later in the day, 5 p.m. maybe, or early in the morning. So I want to see how they show up at different times on the day. So it's not the same time the next day, but it's a different time, right? So that way it's let's do it at 5 p.m. tomorrow. We did today at 9 a.m. Let's do it tomorrow at 5 p.m. Let's do it in 2 or 3 days. If you really like someone, don't delay the interview process. Like, have them interview as soon as you can and do it at a different time. We talked about here long-term goals as well. Like, what are they looking for themselves, professionally and personally, in the next couple of years? Do they want to get married? I genuinely want to know if people want to get married, they want to have kids, they want to be alone and travel the world and not have kids. I'm interested in stuff, right? Because I want to build genuine relationships, especially when you're building your first team, because we're going to get to the point where we're getting there pretty close now. But in the next 1 or 2 years, there's going to be people working at our companies. We have no idea who they are. We know nothing about them. Our team hired them, right? Right now, we still have a small enough team where we know everybody and we interviewed everybody, and then maybe we're not necessarily dealing with everybody, but we know everyone. But when you get to 50, 60 people, we're not going to know everybody. That's the reality of things, right? So this is why it's important for what the current process we have. We want to train this to our future leaders or current people who are interviewing these people and what they should be looking out for and so on and so forth, right? So the reason I'm telling you this is because in the beginning, you're building your foundation of the company, right? And the way that's built is two ways. It's the current systems and processes you guys have in your company and the team, right? It's the system processes, whether it's to acquire talent, it's to acquire clients, it's to retain clients, it's the marketing, all that is the systems and processes. The second part is your team. So you want to make sure that the foundational team is super duper strong, because these are people that potentially are going to be leaders in the future. These are people that you're going to be able to build from. Right? Not everybody in the beginning you hire is going to be a leader, but a lot of times you're going to want to replicate a lot of the things that you did with them, or maybe not replicate that. So it's important that those first few hires are so important. I would say even the first 10 hires is so critical. Not that the next 10 are not important. Of course, every hire is important, but that first 10 is, you cannot miss the mark, because you're going to lose time. You're going to go crazy. You want to literally go for 10, literally. Esteban, both Esteban and I, the first few hires we made, they're still with us today. 3, 4, I mean, with him like almost 5 years ago, because he got it right the first time. And you want to make sure you get it right, especially that first, 10 is a lot. To go 10 for 10 is pretty hard. But the first like few hires, you need to nail them. Like you can't have low retention or not hiring the right people the first time. You're going to go crazy and the business is not going to be fun. You want a business to be fun. It's going to be, there's anxiety with it, there's pressure. But if you're stressed out every single day and you want to like not have a business, you're doing the wrong thing. Scenario-based problem solving. Again, this could be all sorts of ways. It depends on how really the first interview went. Regauge a cultural fit. Again, it depends on the first interview went. And then obviously the second interview comes after the first interview, because you've interviewed the person, you feel pretty good about them. Now you want to see them at a different light, at a different time, talk about different things, and go through the interview for the second time. Some tips here. Obviously, having preparation is very key. So preparing your questions, understand what are going to be the key points that you want to cover. What are things that you're looking for in this person? And one of the things that the last hire that I made with my executive assistant, she was the first person ever to ask me one of the things I loved about interviewing her. First of all, she nailed everything that I needed her to do. But what the nail in the coffin why I hired her, one of the nails in the coffin, I would say, and definitely was a very big contributor, was the questions she ended up asking me at the end. Because usually people, okay, so, we do the first interview, we'll do the second interview. Then at some point they want to ask questions. If they have no questions, kind of a red flag. It's unless you've covered a lot. And even with us, with a descriptive job description, so much information on our website, so much content out there, people have questions. Totally okay. I'm totally okay with that. She asked me very, very questions I wasn't ready for. I was like, wow. And I was like, if she's asking me these questions, she's literally going to be thinking like this as an executive assistant. This is the kind of person I want her to ask me these type of questions. It was super out of the blue. So I like that a lot. And then, of course, final making decision. At this point, we have now you've gotten people, you've identified the role. You've created a job description. You have people submitting questions. You have people doing the pre-vetting process, going through the application process, submitting a video, submitting a resume, doing a skill test, doing a personality test. And now you've done 2 interviews. Do you guys see how this is a long process? Do you guys see how this is not easy? And if this was easy, everybody would be hiring A players all the time. The problem is they are not. They're doing complete shortcuts. They're going to platforms that everybody and their mom are using. Notice how I didn't even name some of the top platforms that you guys probably have heard of, because not that those are bad. Those are incredible platforms. They're multi-billion-dollar platforms for a reason. But everybody and their mom is on there. I don't want to go there. I want to go where everybody's mom's is not necessarily hanging out. And the only one that I really named that's that big time is Facebook, except most people don't use Facebook to hire, believe it or not. They use it for social media purposes and looking at cat videos and whatnot. So we've created this PDF for you to have this step-by-step checklist of what you need to do prior to the interview, during the interview, and even after. So let's get started and go over it together. So in here, we actually have an entire checklist for you to know exactly everything that you need to know right before you start the interview. So the first thing is identifying key responsibility and company benefits. Briefly review resume and portfolio. Choose a time and date and prepare basic questions. Share candidate info with the team interview. So I actually want to go through these one by one and explain to you guys the importance of these and how to do this. So before you hire anyone, you want to make sure you know exactly the type of person and the type of role you're getting. Not just what their day-to-day is going to be like. That's obviously a huge portion of it. But also, what is the future of this position? What does this position look like in the first week? What does this position look like in the first month? What are the day-to-day? What are the KPIs? What looks like a success for this position? What looks like when it's not very successful with this position? I would have all of that written out, and that way when someone comes in, they have an exact idea of what they're getting themselves into. When you're reviewing resumes and portfolios, you want to look for people's characteristics when it comes to sticking with companies long-term. You want to, when you're watching their video that we present to you guys, you want to see how are they communicative, how do they talk, how do they operate, are they charismatic, energetic, are they a little bit more zen and low-key, a little bit lower? What are they like? Because that is one of the things that we want to help you guys with is identifying the right characters in each of these people, so that way you ultimately find the right person. I always like to say, skills you can teach, experience you can get, but character, that's something that they're born with. It's hard to teach character, right? So that's one of the most important things to look for when you're reviewing these people's portfolios and resumes. Obviously, choosing a time, date, you want to be prepared with the questions. Don't come into the interview, I'm like, I have no idea what questions I want to ask. Have the questions written out. Be prepared, right? Alex Hormozi says it best. You're nervous because you are not prepared. Now, obviously, you're the employer. You're probably not going to be that nervous to interview someone. However, you want to come in super prepared, knowing exactly the questions you want to ask them about the position, their knowledge about the role, and whatever else may be, whatever else you're looking for, I'd say. So sharing candidate with info with the team. So that's for us. Ensure that all interview questions are relevant and comply with non-discrimination laws, for sure. Yes, we've had people ask some pretty insane questions. Obviously, they didn't know, and we help them out and to avoid those types of scenarios. Blend job and job-specific questions. Okay, begin the interview by introducing the team and detailing the flow of the session. So obviously, it's all about setting the frame, introducing yourself, because you guys are going to be doing this on your own. Manage the interview to cover all important topics. Graciously conclude the interview, outlining in forthcoming steps for the candidate. So basically, after you conduct the interview, you want to tell them, are you going to be interviewing more people? Are you going to make a decision? And obviously, when I interview someone, I can tell that's not going to go in the right way. Two things I do: one, I end the interview early, and two, I let them know as soon as possible that they're not the right fit. Now, I usually don't try to tell them on the call, because it could come off a little bit disrespectful on how you say it. So it's better. What I've noticed, it's best to do it. Cut the interview a little shorter than usual, because you can tell this person's just not the right fit. And maybe the day or so after, I let them know that we have chosen someone else, or they have been disqualified, and here's the reasons. I don't just say, hey, you're not a good fit. I tell them, hey, we're looking for someone with X, Y, Z. People want to know why they got disqualified, not only that they got disqualified. Post interview, collaborate with your team to review feedback, and then promptly inform the candidate about the decision or any upcoming steps. So that's with us. You're going to let us know about the decision, so that way we can let them know as well. How to interview. I mean, I'm sure if you guys are watching this, you've already interviewed people in the past. If not, obviously, be in a quiet space. Make sure your internet is working well. Make sure you're presentable. Make sure you're ready to, you're professional, they're professional, and that ultimately, I like to interview people. I don't like the interview to feel like an interview. We both know what's happening. We both know I'm asking questions. We both know why we're here. I try to make it a lot more zen, because not every single day is an interview. Not every day they show up to this job is an interview, right? I want to get a little bit loose. I want to get to know them. I want them to trust me. The more they can trust me, the more they can open up. And I've noticed a lot of people, sometimes they feel like they're interviewed. They have to show up in a self that's not really themselves. They show up as their best self. I try to, you can show up as your best self, but are you going to show up like that every single day for the rest of your time working with me? Probably not. I want to see what you're like when you're a little bit more loose, when things are a little bit more fun. What are you like, and how much are you able to open up, and people will show you their true self. That's really what I like, how I like to interview people. So I hope that is a good tip for you guys. So this is to break down a little bit more what we talked about, clarifying objectives, right? Reviewing the candidate application, logistical arrangements, interview panel candidates. And then we actually have some awesome questions here that are specifically more behavioral questions, Some situational interview questions are really, really good for you guys to ask. I actually love some of these questions for myself. I use this all the time, right? I love using this question for here. For instance, if you had two important deadlines, how would you prioritize the tasks? What would that look like? And I give them an actual example about a task, whether it's for a client success task or maybe a project management, whatever the case may be. And then here's some of the checklists that you guys want to review as well, right? There's like little things, man. We've noticed that people, we know because we've done so many interviews, we feel like interview is easy, but we overlook the fact that most people don't run businesses. Number two, they've never hired anyone. Number three, they've never hired anyone offshore, right? So it's like three layers that we have to make sure that we obey by to make it much easier for you guys to interview the right people, select the right people, and then most importantly, once you hire them, they actually work out. Because I don't care about the hiring. I care what does it look like 3, 6 months from now, 12 months from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, so on and so forth. So here's some more checklists here. Obviously, being polite and asking the participant for their full attention, things like that. When you do ask them for something, make sure it's coming off in the right way. And then you have the last part here about the checklist. So you guys could go through this. And ultimately, we want to make sure that you guys have everything dialed in so you are interviewing the right people. That is why we're here. That is why we're going to help you guys out every step of the way. And this is the part 1 of the video, so there will be more parts coming in for the other resources that we provided to you. That is the 2 interview part. Now, we're going to go into setting clear expectations before the offer. Esteban, you want to go over this? And we got a couple more slides, guys. We're almost done. I would say we're about 75% done. And then I appreciate you guys. I did tell Jack we need a little bit more than 2 hours, so we should be wrapping up here shortly. So Esteban, let's dive into setting expectations before the offer.
All right. So as you guys know, sometimes if we get people onboarded and there is no certain expectations about different things, right? Payment structure, commissions, payment frequency, what they're going to see in the first day, what they're going to see in the first week, then you're going to open up a lot of misunderstandings for people. And at the same time, if you don't set the proper expectations for them, they're going to be lost. Imagine going to a place where you literally don't know exactly what to do. So that's why one of my coaches talks about how you have to create a leadership diamond where you as a leader, you raise up and you ultimately become the best one that you can be. You educate yourself, you work on yourself, you are always thinking about yourself, like you're investing yourself, right? And you are the right leader for the organization. But there's another side of that diamond where it talks about the communication that you provide, because the best leaders ultimately create the best communication systems so that everyone is in the same page. They see the vision. They can ultimately are open communicating. They can get everything that you wanting to do, and they can follow that because you create a great system of communication through standard operating procedures or onboarding processes or just checklists and then proper playbooks. Well, all of this needs to happen in order to create the right culture that you want from the very beginning, right? So it's very, very essential that you create those systems as a leader in order to create a very good remote environment. So, for example, how many times you need to check in with the person, how many weekly team meetings they're going to have. All of this are going to be included in a scorecard. Whether you need immediate communication within 20 minutes, they should be able to communicate. All of this, you're gonna be able to onboard them on that during the first few days of them coming in. How they're gonna present themselves in the meetings, how they're gonna show up, what they're gonna address, what background you want them to have in your Zoom. There's a series of requirements and series of expectations that you want them to put. Like, what if you come in and then you just want people to dress up really well with a nice dress shirt every single day to present it to your clients, but they never know. You just have that expectation in your head, and you thought that because this person was showing up in a really good nice blazer or suit in the interview, that they're going to always show up like that. No, they need to have those type of expectations. How many times they need to communicate with you, like check in on you, like you need to tell them right there whenever you're getting on board, whenever you're onboarding them. And this is part of a culture call that you ultimately have. Like, You set those expectations in a cultural call, in a welcome call, in they call it the HR package. Basically, when they need to go over the culture, they need to go over what the role is, the scorecard, the roadmap of them growing within the company, right? Keep going. All right. So for example, we did an example of cold callers and stuff like that. But in the scorecard that you create, and it's a document that goes over the 4 R's and it has the scorecard, you want to be able to tell them exactly how they're going to be successful, the things that they need to do on to be successful, and um, picture the successful role that they're going to have, or the successful indicators that are going to put them in a position where if 2 weeks pass by, 30 days pass by, and you don't see the results, well, you already have given them a certain clear expectation on key performance indicators. You need to do all these calls. You need to have this percentage of qualification rate, or appointment sets, or qualified appointments, or closing ratio. And if you provide them the right tools to measure that as well, or you're measuring that in the back end, now you're going to be able to actually track it correctly. And you do that in a week-to-week basis, right? Keep going down. All right. You also have to tell them that if for some reason we're not meeting these expectations, we need to improve, right? In a company, in team, it's always important that we have an improvement plan, like a performance improvement plan. And a lot of people don't do this, and they just fire people, or they literally tolerate mediocrity for the longest amount of time until you are stressed, uh, clients are leaving, no more sales, and you need to make them go through a game plan, a performance improvement plan. So you have to tell them that if they're not achieving these results, we're gonna revisit what's happening, and what and we're going to visit exactly what is not happening and go over a performance improvement plan. This is literally a game changer that has helped us reshape or reframe a few of our team members. Some of our team members don't really make it, but the ones that they do, they end up having a actual upward curve, because you told them exactly what you're able to see on them. They came in with these expectations, they're not meeting it, they're doing this, they're doing this incomplete, wrong, or they're lacking in a certain area. And this is the plan that you're going to take them to the next level, so that they're consistent, right? And then one thing that I like doing on those pips is I like them to teach the team how to do that part of the role very successfully, because now they're learning even more by teaching others what they just learned through this. Now, no one has to know that they're in a PIP, but they're definitely teaching someone else that they have learned something going through this. And obviously, this is very private. Like, you don't have to tell everyone that. You don't need to tell everyone that someone is in a PIP, because it's not gonna feel right for the person, right? Keep going, Omer. So, areas of improvement: clear, measurable goals, support and resources, timeline for improvement. So we gotta have some sort of date. Keep going. And consequences for not meeting the expectations, right? Which ultimately could be just letting go. And all of these things need to be included in the PIP. It's important because it's in a structured way to improve someone's behaviors. It's fair, it's very transparent, it retains talent, and you set that expectation from the very beginning. It's not going to be a surprise. Oh, you're not performing. We're going to go through a PIP. Oh my God, what is that? No, you knew this from the very beginning, and we're going to go ahead and now do this, because something is not happening. Something is not clear. Okay. All right, keep going. All right, this is just having a specific expectations set for the offer. and then it's onboarding your hire. I think this is, do you want to do this?
We're-
Because I made an entire
Yeah.
video about this, but Omir
Yeah.
can actually touch base on
Yeah,
this.
we're this is a whole different section because onboarding is a whole different ballgame. We'll give you guys an onboarding presentation that covers a lot of this. We're here in the last couple sections, and then we're gonna let you guys enjoy the rest of your day, night, whenever you guys are watching this, and everybody that's live on the call. Thank you guys for making it this far. All right, so now that we have gone through the process, right? Everything, every single step of the way, we've now set clear expectations. Now it's about crafting the perfect offer, okay? Because believe it or not, at the end of the day, what's going to sell the person is what their value is. So, number one, know what are the other people in X country are making for the role and the experience, right? So, for instance, a high level cold caller is usually anywhere from $800 to $1,200 per month base, and then with commissions they can make more, right? I see a lot of times, and so does Esteban, that some people literally downplay the cost of a cold caller to like $400 or $500 a month. You get what you pay for. If I pay $800 and you pay $500, I'm going to get that person that's way better than you do every single time. You can go and you can undercut, and maybe at some point these people don't know what they're valued at, so you can get lucky, but you can't build a real business based off luck, right? You can get lucky a couple times, but you won't be able to build a real team based off luck. So please do research on different industries. We actually have on our website some of the costs for if you go to remotetinos.com slash frequently asked questions on one of the sections that we have on there, we break down some of the positions that we hire, and you'll see what the ranges are for a lot of these different roles. Competitive compensation, like I mentioned, like if I'm offering more for an A player and you guys are not, that's going to get a little dicey for you. Consider total compensation, not just salary. So this includes like, do they get any additional pay? Do they have PTO? Are they getting any bonuses? What are the growth opportunities here? You want to make this as sweet as possible. When they look at it, it's a no-brainer for them, right? What type of flexibility do they have? And ultimately avoid losing candidates to greed. So many times this happens with clients and people that I know. They lose A players because they're cheap. Don't be cheap. Cheap people don't make it far. You can be frugal, but don't be cheap. And sometimes maybe it's out of your budget. It's okay. If it's out of your budget, I get it. But if we're talking about $100 to $200 difference for someone that's clearly crossing off all the boxes, don't be the person that says, I'm not going to do it, because you're going to regret it. Avoid over offering. So the flip side, someone that wants, that clearly is worth based on their experience and, their current value to the marketplace is 1,000. Don't over offer someone, right? Always start lower than they want, and then you can move it up as time goes on. So in the offer, we also include job responsibilities, KPIs, compensation and bonuses. If they get a specific commission on any sales, depending on the roles, is going to be different upon that. We include company policies. This is basically the contract. And actually, we have in the resources, you'll get an independent copy of an independent contract that we use. So you guys can see when we send someone, they have everything about the company. It's basically the job description with the exact numbers that we talked about. Now, very important, on the interviews, we discuss pay, whether it's on the first part of the interview, the second part, you absolutely must discuss pay, right? I'd like to do it on the as early as possible. So that way I'm not booking a second interview and I'm like, oh my God, this person's so out of budget, right? So the first interview, ideally you guys are talking about the offer, what they're okay with. The question that I love Esteban, he loves to ask is, what is the lowest salary you're willing to accept to start this job full-time in the next week? What's the lowest you're willing to accept? And they'll be like, 1,700. You might only have a budget for 1,000, so you're pretty far off, right? So now the interview switches, and hopefully at this point, this person's you're already pretty sold on them. You've gone through the interview, majority of the interview process. Now you're negotiating power. Now you're going to go negotiating. Maybe you start them off at 1,400, and then they move up to 1,600 in 3 to 6 months, whatever the case is, right? Because just because they're high doesn't mean you're going to get there. My executive assistant wanted 2K to start. I started her off at like 60% of that, because in the future, I think she could make 2K a month, but she's not there yet with what I'm looking for. And she was okay with it because she sees the vision. She's totally fine with it. So sometimes people overvalue themselves. Keep that in mind. Why crafting the perfect offer is next, right? So at this point, we've already gone through the entire process, and now we're ready to actually hire someone, and we want to send them the offer. We give them the clear expectations. And then obviously once you interview and you onboard them, you want to monitor performance, providing feedback, so on and so forth. We talked, I'm planting seeds here and there about certain things that I'm not going to cover on this, but these are things that are very important when you actually hire the right person. So this is actually a chart I saw about time saving by delegating remote teams. Like you can literally, you can save and delegate so many different tasks that you guys currently are doing or not supposed to be doing. And it really boils down to your current time and current things that you guys are working on in order to really grow the business. Because at the end of the day, the only thing that's of the essence for you guys is time and money. All right. So onboarding is next.
How to onboard your team, your virtual assistants, whether that's from Latin America, Philippines, India, South Africa, or anywhere in Europe, or on actually any team member remotely. And we're going to make sure so that these people will last forever in your company. If you're a real estate investor, wholesaler, this applies to you. If you're any business owner, this will apply to you. So this training specifically is going to help you retain your virtual assistant, your remote worker, because their onboarding is going to be one of the most important parts of their journey inside of your company. So we're going to help you be able to like build that out, but understand the fundamentals. There's some things that sometimes we think that they're so simple, but that's the fact that they're so simple that they cannot be denied. And we need to go back to some basics. And some of these are a little bit more like business acumen advanced. So make sure that you actually just apply them. And let's go over here the presentation. So we got here the onboarding your team presentation presented by Remote Latinos. So Remote Latinos ultimately wants you to onboard your virtual employee, your remote worker, your remote Latino from anywhere in the world, or anyone that you're hiring, doesn't matter where they are, as the true star that they deserve to be in your team. Usually, let me explain to you, people want to make sure that they're going into a company that they see themselves in the future. So if you're not onboarding your individual, your employee, your new recruit properly, they're probably going to have second thoughts. And just like how buyers will buy for you and they'll have buyer's remorse, probably your employee will also have a higher remorse, because this is a two-way street. So the same way that you're actually hiring them, they're also accepting the faith of being in a great company like yours, right? You're supposed to be showing them a great company. So we're going to go here and actually so the same way that you're hiring them, and they also actually want to accept you as a new boss, as a new company that they want to work for, especially those rock stars, those A players. They know that they have options, they have skill set, experience, or they have everything in order to get hired in another company. So they chose you for a reason. So make sure that you don't leave them hanging by not having a proper onboarding process. All right. So the first things that we got to do is, first of all, we got to understand that there is a process for this, just like there's a sales process, a marketing process for acquisition, a disposition process. Well, same thing for your remote virtual assistants, remote workers coming inside of your company. Think about a lead coming in, a motivated seller, a homeowner wants to sell. They're coming in and they're receiving the emails, they're receiving these text messages. Then you take them through the marketing flow, the marketing funnel. Then you take them through the sales process, the entire sales process, and getting them on the contract. Once you get on the contract, you go through a process. This homeowner receives a great onboarding from your end, making sure that they feel safe that this is going to happen. And then when the deal happens and goes into the closing table, the same thing. You have onboarded your client the same way that you have now are going to onboard your remote worker, virtual assistant. So the second thing is pre-first day preparation. So we got to know what's going to be the first day, and that's going to have a preparation. we're going to have a first day SOP. You have to create a first day SOP for these individuals. Usually you would want to use specific tools to do that. Same thing as a playbook. All right. So if you'll have a playbook for these individuals to go through their first day, and it could also include the first week and such. Don't forget your scorecards to making sure that they know exactly what they're going to be doing on a daily basis. You're also going to make sure that there's an onboarding deck. Okay. Onboarding deck that is a team based. And obviously, this applies to every single team member that would come inside your company. Also, make sure that there's an onboarding deck for your sales department. So these are VA closers, lead managers, follow-up specialists, inside sales agents, people that are in the sales department. Then you're also we're gonna go through the first 30 days, which are very essential. And then we're gonna go over ongoing training. Okay. So what's the onboarding process? So someone just got hired by Remote Latinos. You got your hire in there, boom. You got that virtual assistant coming in hot. There is the rockstar employee. You're so excited about it. You've gone through the interview process. You understand that this person is going to help you scale. Is going to liberate you from the time that you don't have right now. It's hired. So first, before their first day happens, this is going to be crucial, right? So you're going to have a preparation, understanding. You're going to have to document all of this before their first day, okay? And if you were trying to figure it out on the go, the employee will notice it. The remote Latino, the remote virtual assistant will notice it. Some of them are forgiving. Some of them are not. I've had situations where, hey, I don't think that this is the right company for me. And then they quit right away. So make sure that all of this is done before. You're going to have a first day onboarding, and you're going to have an onboarding deck. And that deck is a slideshow of your company and such. All right. You're going to show them the first 30 days. This could be on a shape of a scorecard. You're going to also show them what type of onboarding training they're going to have. This could be in a playbook. All right. So it's document essentially laying out every single thing that they'll do every single day. You're going to have to document this and show it to them. Set clear expectations. So before the first day, you're going to be able to create all the company accounts. This is email. This is going to be Slack. This is going to be a CRM access. This is going to be any tool whatsoever that they need. Let's say Loom, ClickUp, Asana, Monday. We use ClickUp. You're going to create every single team member employee account. And you're going to add them to, you're going to assign them to a specific email and make sure that it's created. And you have to make sure that this is a list that you have in your task management, project management software. I use ClickUp. We use ClickUp by employee type. So if it's operations and all people in the operations have a specific way, then do it. If it's sales, then do it that way too. And if it's, for example, people in Dispo, make sure that if some of them are also very similar to the other ones in the other company, make sure that you include that, but the Dispo specific things are also included. Same thing for the other positions, transaction coordinators, whatever. You're going to assign first tasks first, all right? And you have to make sure that you actually show this in a scorecard basis. So it's going to be a Google document, and you're going to tell them, hey, so this is what This is what your important role is all about. This is why you're here again. This is our mission. All right. This is your specific mission. This is what the results and expectations that we're going to expect from you, that you're going to need to give us. These are going to be the tasks that you're going to be doing on a daily basis, and the reporting that you're going to actually need to give us in a daily basis and a weekly basis. This is, again, a scorecard, being able to understand this is what makes a winner in your position. And if you don't do this, then you're not going to be a winner. However, if you do this, then you become a winner, right? And obviously, like making sure that they have like a playbook where they're going to be able to familiarize with systems immediately and such. Okay. Make sure that before the first day, you send a welcome email. So this will include the email login that you've given them, and we created already, and first day instructions. So for example, in our situation, we give them access to ClickUp, and in ClickUp, in the list, they're going to see a first task saying, watch this. And there's going to be a Loom video of me and or our operations manager. And we're saying like, hey, go through this ClickUp, boom, boom, boom. Go through your training and membership site specifically for you. Make sure you click on this specific task, boom, boom, boom. Mark them as done. Make sure you do this exactly like this. I want you to do that exactly like this. Maybe take this test. You're going to have to be able to become very, very systematic, because they need to be felt that they're going inside a really great company, that you're not just like someone that just created this out of thin air. Okay. First day process. System setup. Make sure that all the systems are set up. So in our situation, our operations manager makes sure that they're added to every single system. Make sure that every single explanation of the system is being sent in that specific checklist. All right. It's going to be in ClickUp. We're going to have ClickUp and videos included. Make sure that their training side is activated so that they can go through that. Make sure that Slack is working for them. Make sure that their email set up properly, their accounts and the CRM set up properly, and such. And you're going to give them all the system tutorials in that list, which is going to be onboarding checklist, all right? That includes the checklist of what they have to do. And inside of each one of the bullet points of one of the tasks, you're going to put a date. You're going to insert a video to a Loom, all right, of what they have to do, of you recording yourself doing what to do and telling them exactly what to do. If it is a very simple task, maybe you don't need it, but it's really important that you have task, video, date, and in order, all right? Make sure that you include the documents, or if there is any document towards that. Make sure that in first day, there's a contract right in there and an employee kickoff form. So that you go over, you have to make sure they go over through the contract, and there's going to be a form that kicks off everything. And this could be the next meetings. This could be a meeting with any other employee. This could be a series of automations that whenever there is an employee kickoff form, your operations manager fills that out, or the employee itself fill it out. Well, we recommend that at the beginning, operations manager will fill it out depending on the role. And the automation starts with their welcome emails, welcome SMS, automated like logins or given information, membership, whatever that is. Make sure that that is filled out. Sending employment contracts, all right? That's making 100% like this has to be signed. This has to be given like previously and done previously, but they have to make sure that this is completely signed, all right? Set up payouts. So for instance, you're going to include them inside of the Wise account or maybe remote.com or any payment structure, Payoneer, PayPal, whatever. You have to make sure that they also understand how they're going to get paid. So for instance, we have part of the checklist, how to create an invoice, right? So we have an invoice maker online that we teach them exactly how to create an invoice. And then when it comes to payment day, they send us that invoice and then we pay them, right? Why? Because these are remote workers. Right now, we're not going to teach you how to make sure that they have an employee with all these benefits and health and stuff like that in their own country. No, these are remote workers, so they work as essentially contractors. Then you're going to make sure that whatever supplies you're going to give them, if you're going to give them something right now, order the employee supplies. There's several websites that help you with that. Swag.com, Swagger, whatever. There's so many websites that you can do that. There's many e-commerce store like that you can order for them if that's something you're doing. Now I recommend to you that you don't worry about this too much right now, but further in the future, whenever you want to create this great culture, brand, stuff like that it's done. And schedule onboarding calls within 24 hours. So make sure that the onboarding call could be that same day or the day after. All right. And then you have an onboarding call with that person where you set expectation. All right. So that's first a process. The onboarding deck for any team member is something that you create, which is going to be a PowerPoint presentation that is going to answer who, the what, and the why. Now, you can do this pre-recorded and put in your membership site and training site too, but it's very important that they understand it. It's more important that they know it from you, and you also give them an assignment of what they think about the mission, the vision, and the core values, okay? You're going to walk them through the mission, the vision, the North Star, and talk about the founders. If you're the founder, talk about like where you're coming from, what you believe in, what you're trying to do, why you do what you do, because this is the first seed that you plant in their head of why should they actually work with you when situation or times are tough. So you make sure you tell them the mission, the vision of your company and the core values, and assign them an assignment where they're going to tell you what do they think each core value mean to them. Okay. Then you're going to set remote work expectations. So remote work expectations could be make sure they log in every single day in Slack and send in a channel, on a Slack channel, logged in, or starting my day, or a positive affirmation. Make sure that they are, I don't know, at the end of the day, there is going to be an end of day report, so they know that it's going to happen. End of the week, they have to give an end of the week report. And the way that we do it is that it's a form they fill out on JotForm or on a form maker, and then we'll know exactly what they answer based on the questions that we give them and how they're going to report what they did every single day. Expectations about the role, about like, hey, making sure that you always having your internet on at all times at high speed, that you are having your Slack open, always available for communication, making like, for example, if you're going to make them have like a timer or something like that connected to the computer, you could also do that. We don't do that anymore. We used to, now we don't. We making sure that they meet specific results and performance. So we don't, time them on that and kind of micro manage them. But if there are specific expectations that you have set up and you will set up with them, then make sure that's done for remote working. Whether that's communication with Zoom, making sure that they use specific system, whatever. So making sure that carrot and stick. What does this mean? So they have to make sure that they stick with this specific things that you're setting with them. And you also have to make sure that whatever it is that you set from the beginning is understood, whether that's a test, whether that's an expectations form, or whether that's a specific summary that you want in written communication from them, right? So that it actually sticks. Make sure that, again, communicate core values and you ask them what it means to them as an assignment. It could take them 10 minutes on what each core value means to them. Then show and tell the KPIs that they're going to achieve and the critical drivers to win in each role. So what does that mean? A winner, a rock star, wants to know what they have to meet and what they have to achieve so that they can overcome it, and that they become a rock star even more, show up as a winner. And the critical drivers, the things that are going to drive the ship forward for each one of the specific roles. The first 30 days, it's going to be the launch. All right. So checking calls with the manager. If you're the manager right now, you have to do this. So at the beginning, it's going to be the CEO. This happens in week 1, which is going to be a specific checking call where you're checking on their progress in general. Obviously, you're going to have communication with them daily, but you're going to make sure that you check with them how they're feeling, okay? How they're looking in terms of their projects personally, in life, inside of your business, professionally, what they're looking to learn, what they have learned. This is going to happen in week 1 and week 4. Make sure that this conversation is very genuine. Okay. I mean, at some point, we can help you and how to structure these conversations and have frameworks. But this is a genuine conversation. You can create a framework on how to do this conversation. Team meetings, sales trainings for closers, dispo, follow-up specialists and lead managers, Monday to Wednesday. This is going to be a team meeting where, hey, look, and also Friday, hey, look, every single day, basically, we're going to have a training on sales, on conversion, on dispo, on following up, negotiating, objection handling, all of that. And this is something that you have to have clear. Like some people do every single training, every single day. And we highly suggest that you do that. But the beginning, you can do is Monday or Wednesday, and then Friday as well. Now, lead gen training for callers and SMS, Monday to Wednesday, and Friday. Now, you could do this every single day, and I highly recommend that you also do it every single day. But at the beginning, what you can start is doing this every single day training, all right, with the team. And weekly teams recurring one day, all right? So weekly team meeting. This is the whole team where you go over what has worked, what happened last week, what you're looking to project, what are the wins, all right? What are the challenges? What are we looking to solve? Maybe someone wants to share something, an idea, creative idea. You want to make sure that you have like something engaging for your team so that they are also having fun. And training. So training, this will be automated pre-recorded videos. We use membership sites or Trainio with ClickUp, and we're going to have pre-recorded videos for them, all right? And they're going to have to go through these things during the first 30 days. Usually this will happen in the first week where they have to consume all of this because it's training that you have done, recorded in Zooms, such as this ones, or in Loom, and then put them into a membership site, training modules. And they have to go through that so that at some point you're going to be able to automate this part. Some of them are always going to still have to happen. And this also could be group trainings and one-on-ones that you record. Okay. Now, cultural absorption. Make sure that they understand by you showing them. If your culture says, core values say, for instance, that you guys are passionate about your clients, show that. And say it, indoctrinate it. Every single day, make sure that it happens. So show me, don't tell me, okay? If you're over-delivering, then show that you over-deliver for your clients and for them. If that's part of your core values, right? If you're always learning, then show that you're always learning. Give them a learning lesson every single day. Create a Slack channel for that and show them. Don't leave them to chance. And start taking on tasks, obviously the first 30 days, that you're going to be putting them based on their scorecard and, well, based on their playbook, all right, that they're going to have. Ongoing training. This is huge. So a lot of people think that, hey, I become a business owner and I'm going to automate, delegate, and then just automate, delegate, and then just like fire myself, right? Like, it just doesn't happen that way, that fast. You need years. And you're going to be able to like fire yourself from specific positions, but not from the company. And that's by hiring more people, more remote Latinos, more individuals. Okay. So make sure that ongoing trainings are going to be checking calls with the manager, daily talking in Slack, Zooms, all right, solving their issues in the sense that if they have an issue, they come with you with the potential solutions, whatever they tried, help them solve issues, brainstorm, collaborate on issue, problem solving, training them in every single day, all right? There's checking calls with the managers, seeing what's going on with their lives, what's going on with their personal life, in also career, quarterly performance review and goal setting. So quarterly performance reviews, you're going to make sure every single quarter, there's going to be performance reviews of every single team member. So you're going to have every single team member on a call, one-on-one, potentially on Friday for 20, 30 minutes, seeing how they have performed. Go through their numbers, go through what they have achieved, go through their challenges, and making sure that you have all these reviews, right? Plus goal setting. This also happens every single month. Team meetings. This is crucial. Every single time, unless you have managers and leaders that do this for you, you're going to have training with them. Train them. Continuously train them. A lot of people are missing out on this. If you're not training your team, if you're not making sure that you're sharpening that knife, that sword, you're not going to be able to cut the steak. New trainings released. Make sure that you release new trainings. You invite other people in your team. You invite guests. You buy masterclasses. So you buy masterminds. That you buy courses. That you make sure that you're taking new things in order to like elevate their process, their learning, and those that will want to stay whenever your company levels up to other levels, they will stay. All of these trainings will make sure a compound. The ones that help you to get a $1 million per year and are willing and they have the capability of getting to the $3 million will stay. But the others will sift through by themselves, all right? They'll make sure that noise, life by itself, will make sure that it's removing that noise for you. And full-on tasks, all right? Making sure that you, as a CEO, will have a specific tasks, will give a specific task, and it will create a specific task for your team members that now they become projects, milestones. And you're going to assign this to the managers, to the leaders, so that they can collaboratively with the team be able to accomplish this, that move the team forward, move the company forward. Okay. If this was a little bit too general, guys, well, let's go over a few important things. Make sure that you actually teach your team how not to be average, but how to be a winner. If they're constantly knowing that they're in your team, in your company, because they're winners, let them know how to become a winner, how to make sure that they're meeting KPIs and those critical drivers so that winners stay winners and losers stay losers. Okay. How average people are just average people. And if something is happening, average people will say, oh, this is a loss. But if a winner, then you show them, hey, business is speaking with you. And many other things, like, for example, it's not an endless loop of defeat whenever something's going on. There's another day, 24-hour rule. Let's say, for example, if someone is average, they'll feel as a victim. Well, you teach them how to be a leader, right? If there's a client fire, it means opportunity. It's not like it's stressing out and things like that. And I'm going to tell you how you're going to ultimately develop their skill sets and create a plan so that they can continuously growing, ascending. And it comes down to different things. So we already talked about basically a scorecard of your team members. Like, essentially, you want to make sure that they know exactly how they're going to be successful. And Amir covered this. So you covered with them the 4 R's, and Alex Ramosi talks about this: the role, the responsibilities, their requirements, and the results that they have to get in order to be successful. Not to be good, but to be successful. So you already covered that with them, but it's very, very important that after you cover their KPIs and so on, that you actually have a plan for them. And most importantly, guide them on how they're going to ascend, how they're going to ultimately get up to speed, how to get to the knowledge that they need to have. And there's a few things that we ended up doing in our company. So I'm going to share with you kind of like a screen share of a few things that we did. One, we created a course for our employees, and we made sure that this course includes industry training, includes any type of technical training that they need to do. So, for example, we are a marketing agency, so they need to learn about marketing for specific roles. Industry training, so real estate, so the industry itself, and whoever they actually are fulfilling. So if your company fulfills on the healthcare, make sure that there's some sort of industry training, and there is a lot of YouTube videos that you can put into that. And also skills training. And you put this together in a course, and you can use different softwares like Kajabi, School, Go High Level communities, or Go High Level courses. We actually use Go High Level courses and so on. You can do this so that you can ultimately have a place for people to go to and just start consuming this. There's also other softwares that you can use, such as ClickUp or Trainio, Notion, where you can potentially store things like this. But the ones that we use is Go High Level. It's very easy. It's our CRM, and it's very easy to use. All right, like once you start setting it up, this comes in a form of a playbook, right? So each role, you must create a playbook. If you are unsure how to create a playbook, first of all, you need to make sure that you cover the essentials of the role and the technicalities of the role. So each playbook may be different per role. So I'm gonna show you the playbook, for example, of a salesperson appointment setter. And you can always fast track it by actually buying a playbook from, let's say, a training program. We've gone through different training programs, and we purchased their playbooks, we purchased their courses, and we insert their trainings into this. And a lot of these trainings are done internally too. But it's a lot of content, it's a lot of things that you need to teach them. So why not just hire a specialized coach, trainer, or hire someone that already specializes in that, and you create a playbook out of that. And you also need to tell them how they're going to implement this. So it depends on the role and the level that they're in. So if, for example, someone comes in experienced and they only need to cover a certain thing, let's say, for example, industry or certain skill sets that you want them to do. And I'm going to put it as an example, a salesperson. You want someone that comes in from experience that so they know the scripts and the sales process that you have. And scripts are guides at the end of the day on how to conduct a conversation, but they will have experience from other industries or another company that is similar in the industry. And at the end of the day, you have to align them with the process that you have. This comes down to building your great SOPs, right? Now, playbooks are a series of SOPs, and ultimately, you want to be able to give this to them and tell them how they're going to go and consume this information. Now, it might be a lot of information to consume right away. So that's why you're going to give them 2 to 3 weeks to consume this. I like to give them 14 days to actually consume this thing. And this is going to help them just level up real fast, right? Get to the point where they're knowledgeable about the things that you need them to know about the role and about how to help. Another thing that you have to be able to create is a growth map type of timeline. So this could constitute a map that you actually draw using Lucid Chart or like ClickUp or just other softwares that will help them create a map. And I'm going to show you an example of a map on how I did it, for example, for a client success manager, how that client success manager ultimately leveled up to be a trainer client success manager and someone that essentially became a consultant. Also, one of the few things that you can ultimately do is by asking them what they want to do, you can actually build this, customize them. And with the help with ChatGPT, you can literally ask ChatGPT. There's many GPTs, such as a GPT that is a business consultant or a HR specialist, or it could be like just a business expert, right? And you can ask ChatGPT to create this for you. You can train a prompt to ChatGPT, tell them, hey, you're an expert business owner, CEO, you have run companies that are $100 million. And I want to make sure that my new team member, let's say sales manager, has a growth path to become a top tier sales manager. And right now they're starting as a junior sales manager. Well, you want to create that using ChatGPT and make sure it gives you timelines and it gives you accomplishments or milestones that they need to achieve. And if you have information that you want them to consume, include that, right? Right now with AI, there's no excuse for you to do that. And the last thing I want to do is I want to have a schedule on a day-to-day basis, week-to-week basis to actually consume this information. So I'm going to go over the how to build this for the salespeople, appointment setters, lead managers, closers. For example, we meet every single day on the mornings, and on Mondays we do something, Tuesdays we do something, Wednesday we do something, all the way to Friday. And sometimes we also do one-on-ones. So you want to be able to build out this schedule and make them go through the schedule. And I tell them, hey, this is what's going to happen. You ultimately do this with them, right? This is very important. So I'm going to share my screen on a few things and we're going to dive into it. All right. So here is the presentation of how we actually do our courses inside of Go High Level. And this is for employee training, right? So again, client success training, closers training. We even have like operations training and so on. Industry training, where we put a lot of YouTube videos or courses that we have purchased. So let's say, for example, we got the client success training. Client success training is, essentially as an agency, it's kind of like dispo managers or even transactional coordinators and so on. And we just put here the course. We put it together, and we put it together by topics. And like I had to like brainstorm by myself before ChatGPT ever existed on like how a client success manager would even be successful. That's basically what I did in order to make sure it's being done. Let me just here refresh so I can actually show you guys. Like I promised, I'm going to show you how we actually store our courses and essentially our playbooks for internally in our company. And we put a lot of effort. All of this is being designed using canva.com. And well, as an example that I gave you guys,
client success training, right? So we put this together for our client success managers essentially, right? In that case, it would be similar to transactional coordination or for like dispo managers. Well, we put something where it's like we show them exactly the introduction to our company. So whatever we already did already, we're redoing it again because like they'll have no excuse for them to actually go and find something. What is social media? What's our portal like? Understanding our services, understanding our product, understanding our fulfillment, the flow map of an agency or the flow map of a wholesaling company, the flow map of a law firm or the flow map of a healthcare system or whatever. Like right, what makes your client service retention so good? You know, some master classes. Who's our client avatar? Starting up, what you should do, the account success process, the journey of a client, for instance, roles and responsibilities, and so on of the role, client campaign checks, client results reporting, client success interviews. Well, there's an entire shebang of things that you can actually strategize, even with ChatGPT, where you can actually create a course for them. And here, for example, this one is for closers, right? So our closers, which is the salespeople. So again, intro to it. So it's a bunch of stuff, courses that we've done, and we've taken from other people. For example, we paid consultants, we paid people, and we paid for the courses, and some of them are internal trainings. The philosophy, starting up, the training of the CRM, again, client avatar, crash course by Cole, for example, the sales processes, asking skilled questions, appointments at a holy grail, objections, skills power up, master classes, B2B stuff, other coaching, and we just put it in here, right? So as an example, these ones right here, these are direct links to Fathom. So you don't necessarily need to like have, or you could just create a course out of YouTube. You can literally ask now ChatGPT, create a course for me from public YouTube videos about this topic, and ChatGPT will actually do the search for you, right? Now, what's the other one? Um, Playbook, right? So here's a playbook. It's a series of SOPs that you put together, and a lot of this go tied down to the current course that I showed you guys. So the SOPs is basically you're gonna have the scorecard of that person, and it's a series of SOPs that would help them ramp up technically in different hard skills and soft skills that they need to do go through, and understanding the company, understanding the industry, and so on. And there's also maybe a series of SOPs that you want to put together on each one of the things that they got to do in a day to day. So, for example, here, role specific, software, product, or service, understanding the beginning of the day, middle of the day, end of the day activities, weekly activities, and then how to implement this and go about this, right? Consuming the training, how to do that, right? So that's a playbook. It's a series of SOPs. If you're unsure how to do this, there's a lot of help online and YouTube that we have about how to create this specific thing, but you can also ask ChatGPT. There's another schedule here, for example. So this one right here is for our salespeople. So we do something on Monday, every Monday, right? Every in the mornings we do something. In Tuesdays we do something. Wednesdays we do something. Thursdays we do something. Fridays we do something. And in short, we want to make sure that you as a manager, owner, director are putting these things together for your team members, and they'll know the schedule. And that you put all this in your calendar. It's very important that you actually put that together for them, right? And these are just some examples. Again, listen to the past video. I give a lot of tips. Our YouTube channel has a lot of great stuff. You can also go to our Remote Latinos blog, and we actually put a lot of great stuff for you. Hold on, Remote Latinos blogs right here, so that you ultimately get a lot of value as well, apart from our YouTube channel and the course that we'll be giving you if you are a client or you submitted, you're opted in into our course. Apart from that, guys, Hope that you guys got some value out of it. So yeah.
The last thing that I wanted to cover with you guys here is bonus. So here are some tools that we use when we actually hire the person. So we do the onboarding. We want to hire them. So we use for communication platform, we use Slack and Gmail. So Slack we use for internal Gmail, and we actually onboard clients on Slack as well. If they're not on Slack, we use Gmail to communicate with them. But our team is fully on Slack. I know some people use Discord. They use um, um, what's it called, Telegram, and then I know there's also people that use the one on Google Chats. Honestly, all of those are great. You can use whatever you want. Slack has been the best one. I've been using Slack for 6 years. Same thing with Esteban. It's free in the beginning, but we do recommend paying for it as you go on, so you can make it happen. We use Google Meets for everything. We used to use Zoom, but Zoom got super duper expensive, so we don't use that anymore. For project management, we use ClickUp. Another really good tool for project management is Monday. I believe ClickUp is more expensive than Monday. It gives you a lot more features. You don't really need it in the beginning. You guys can use, for instance, Google Calendar, Google Sheets, and things like that. There's free versions. Anything on Google you can really use in the beginning. So for productivity, for instance, Google Sheets, Google Slides. You can use a lot of different stuff. The CRM that we recommend is Go High Level. That's what we're currently using. But obviously there's a lot of them. There's marketing tools, ClickFunnels. Obviously there's a school community that you guys have here with School of Hard Knocks. There's other communities like Circle and Facebook groups and so on and so forth. I like School. It's the easiest one. It's the most simple one. High Level is actually building their own one. We're pretty soon here. You have a few here for data management reporting. I love Google Sheets. That's the one I use the most. You could do, especially when you have a wizard that knows how to build formulas on Google Sheets. It's a super duper comprehensive, and man, it's honestly the best tool if people know how to build this Google Sheets the right way. And then again, security, file sharing, Google Drive, LastPass, these are good to use as well. And then lastly here, pro tips, maximizing these tools. So you want to make sure you're actually using them. You don't need to use a lot of them. Honestly, in the beginning, you really just need Slack and Google. If you have those two, everything will make it easier. Then eventually you can incorporate automated tools. We use make.com, but there's also Zapier. And then you want to find people as you hire them with certain knowledge and skills with these platforms. So I would never hire someone as a tech specialist or an expert in systems that doesn't know the systems that we use. Like they can be a genius, but they've never used Make on Zapier. If that's the tools I'm using, I would not hire them, right? Whereas like Slack, ClickUp, Google, you can teach someone. It doesn't require a lot of knowledge on that. So this is a lot. It's no task. It's not easy. If it was easy, everybody would be rich and happy, but it's not. So obviously, I want to just provide you guys a ton of value, and I want you guys to follow our journey, and hopefully we can connect. So here's our Instagrams. We have at Ramon Latinos, my Instagram at Omir Block, and then Estenik for Esteban's Instagram. And if you guys wanted to connect, if you go to remolatinos.com, you can book a call with our team if you wanted to find out more. But I told and promised Jack, hey, we're not going to pitch. We just want to make it happen. So if it's easier for anybody, we have my QR code here. We want to make America remote again and keep everybody remote and happy.